Welcome to something special. Welcome to Tedx. This Tedx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Tedx ESMT Berlin. This is an independently hosted event by ESMT Berlin, inspired by TED's mission of spreading ideas. Today, we are very excited to welcome 11 influential speakers from diverse backgrounds on stage to share with us their insightful story under the topic of embracing uncertainty. Meanwhile, we will also have several Q&A sections for you all to raise your ideas and exchange thoughts with our speakers. It is going to be a sparkling and incredibly fulfilling afternoon. Before we start, let's welcome our founder and lead organizer of TEDx ESMT Berlin, Lukas Turnich, to introduce our event.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first edition of the TEDx ESMT Berlin series. As we were planning our first event, we decided to focus the theme on embracing uncertainty due to the uneasiness and ambiguity 2020 has brought to all of us in varying degrees. We believe our great speakers, who we have carefully selected, will create a positive impact on you in your professional and personal lives, or at least inspire you to think differently. Thank you so much for coming, and welcome.
Thank you, Luca. I can't wait to hear about their stories. So shall we start?
Me either, but let me explain one more thing about our Q&A section to ensure our interaction with the speakers. We will have 3 blocks of talks. At the end of each block, there will be a Q&A section. During the talks, you can write down your question to one of our speakers in Zoom chat. We will collect all your questions and launch a 1-minute voting when the talks are finished. The most popular question will be picked up and answered by our speaker.
Please prepare your questions in advance. We are looking forward to them. Besides, after each Q&A, there will be a 10-minute short break. Please remember to come back on time.
Nice. So let's move on to our first block. The first speaker we would like to welcome on stage is Benedikt Bösel, the CEO and founder of Gut und Böse.
Benedikt and his team have developed a concept of beyond farming, which is a holistic approach and understanding of working with nature and leveraging the potential of rural areas.
Let's welcome Benedikt to share with us his discoveries in regenerative agriculture and explain why farmers are the backbones of our society.
Welcome. Please remember to post your questions in the Zoom chat.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. in schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons. People gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
have our first speaker for the day, Benedict Buzel. Let's welcome Benedict to share with us his discoveries in regenerative agriculture and explain why farmers are the backbone of our society. Welcome. Please remember to post your questions in the Zoom chat.
What is the single most important activity of humankind to ensure life as we know it for us and future generations? How many of you are thinking of agriculture? Probably not many. And agriculture might not seem to be as sexy as tech, but agriculture will be the hottest topic of our time. Agriculture is the mother of life. It connects and surrounds everything. And it may well be the greatest impact that we have to solve some of the largest problems that we are faced as humanity today. Biodiversity, health, global warming, rural development, education, and inequality. We have come into an agricultural system that is exploiting our planet, our people, and our future. And that comes with severe effects on the health of us people. Of course, there are many things that play into it, but nature-based solutions might just be our best solutions, as well as a renewed connection to nature. My name is Benedict, I am a farmer, and I farm 3,000 hectares of fields and forests in one of the driest conditions in Northern Europe. This became my life after years of pushing paper on the desk, looking for jobs and doing jobs that sounded cool at dinner parties, but that always left me searching for greater impact. The land we farm is dry and sandy. And I look on the weather forecast app quite often, and the universe has a dirty sense of humor. It is very difficult to explain what it actually feels like to stand on a dry piece of land after weeks and weeks of no rain, and the whole nature really begging for it to rain. This is one of the most terrifying situations that I have been with, and the soil becomes in such a bad situation that it even can't take up some of the rain, even if it does rain. When I took over responsibility of our family farm in December 2016, I thought that technology and digitalization will help. And coming from the tech scene, I had a prior life in the tech scene, I was quick to reach out to many of the initiatives back in the day, looking for different ways of agriculture and food technology. And what happened then was the first year of drought, in which I realized that many of the innovation and technology and digitalization is being developed out of an exploitative understanding of ecosystems. And what I realized is, if your assumption of agriculture looks somewhat like this: horizontal, monoculture, one harvest per year, then all of the innovation that will come out of this will only be able to limit the negative outcomes of that production model. And what I believe is that in order to solve the large problems that we are facing, we must take an imaginary step back and look at the root causes of the problems, and then decide how we have to change our system to not be faced with the problems in the first place. This is the moment where I started to look all over the world and search for different systems of agriculture that put soil health and the health of the ecosystem in the center of the attention. And once I found the different pioneers of regenerative agriculture, I knew what I had to do. So I swapped my car in shares for trees and cows to bring back soil health to our land. Let me explain how. The cows are the climate fighters of the firefighters of climate change. In the regenerative community, we have a saying that goes, "It's not the cow, it's the how." And what we try to do is we keep the soil covered at all times. So if we don't grow a crop, we grow a so-called cover crop. And then the cows come in and eat the cover crop, which in the sense stimulates photosynthesis. Through photosynthesis, we take CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it as carbon in the soil. That carbon in the soil, think of as a sponge, is then also able to bring the soil to a place where it can take up more water and also store the water for a longer time period. The cows also help to close us the nutrient cycle, which means we become less dependent of external inputs. Because our land is so dry and sandy, we often have problems with wind and water erosion. So what we do is we plant thin tree lines of evenly dispersed over the field to, once they have grown, decrease the wind speed on that particular field. That changes the microclimate. So if we have a bit of humidity, the soil is capable to take up that water for a longer time period. In addition to that, those thin tree lines are a great habitat for all kinds of animals and insects. So what we're really doing there is combining the use and the usage of land as well as the tree lines. And inspired by the pioneer Ernst Götsch, we then combine different combinations of fruit trees, berries, nut trees within that system to basically develop a system that is in a symbiotic relationship with each other, where only half of the system is designed for our use and the other half is going back to nature. So it becomes a system that is actually independent of external inputs. Now, combining these strategies, what we're trying to achieve are models of multifunctional land use. And let me show you a video where you just get some sort of visual impression of what it looks like. What we see here is, just imagine you have a field where we grow crops. Once the crops have been harvested, now the cows come to feed on the cover crop and bring some nutrients back on the soil. And then, in addition to that, later on in the year, we have different tree lines, and here admittedly quite small, that will have helped us to retain the water within that area, as well as add different forms of products that we can harvest, such as nuts, berries, and fruits. So imagine all these systems come together. What we then really try to establish is a regenerative land use model, where we are closing the nutrient cycles, we are increasing biodiversity, and we're storing CO2 out of the atmosphere into the ground, thereby producing food that is highly nutritious and obviously tastes very good. And of course, this is complex and it is challenging. But this is where really science and technology do play an important role, to help us understand these interconnections and correlations with the different species at different times and different locations, to develop models of agriculture that are in line with nature, that help us understand nature better, and that help us, farmers worldwide, to become less dependent on external inputs. Of course, this is challenging, but this complexity is also what makes it so beautiful. I told you in the beginning how I think that agriculture is the most important profession of our time. And I shared with you how I've experienced drought. Not 1 year, 3 years. And this is only 1 hour east of Berlin. And I feel fortunate in that sense because I have experienced what we fear for the future when we talk about climate change. And in those moments where life was on the line, and at the end of the day, where nothing else mattered, I realized that we have nothing but nature. And it is nature we have to rely on today. The modern world has taught us to separate thought from intuition. And we are ever more losing that connectiveness with nature, that feeling of being connected to nature. I want to invite you to think about the strength of education and the power of your purchasing decision. Because one way of reconnecting to nature is through educating yourself about the food you eat. How can the food be directly related to your health and the health of your loved ones? How can the production model be directly linked to positive or negative effects? And which influence did this way of production have on the farmer, the ecosystem, or the local community? For every penny you spend, you decide in which world we live in. I want to show you. These are some of the amazing people that I am so blessed to work with. And there's thousands, millions of them, all over the world, with their hands in the soil every day, making the change. They deserve more attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedict. We have our next speaker at 13:20 Berlin time. Thank you. welcome on stage Lubomila Yordanova, the founder and CEO of Plan A, a Berlin-based startup developing a SaaS platform that helps businesses reduce the carbon footprint and an algorithm which predicts where and how they will hit the hardest using over 30,000 points. She will be speaking on the fortune of Miss Fortune. Please remember to post your questions in the Zoom chat.
Imagine a beach. The sun is shining, not a single cloud in the sky. You're on a holiday and you're about to take your first lesson of surfing until you look around and you see this. Hundreds of pieces of plastic and trash in the water, on the pavement, on the sand, everywhere. The year is 2016, and I have decided to go on a holiday to learn to surf in Morocco. Little did I know that this place of beauty and big waves was actually also the victim of disregard and pollution. On the very first day of the surfing trip, I collected vast amounts of plastic while being forbidden from the water due to my surfing competence, or the lack of it. I left the question in my mind for a long time. Where did this plastic come from? How are humans impacting our planet negatively? These questions daunted me for a while until I decided to do something about it. I read a lot of books, I watched a lot of documentaries, listened to podcasts. I cried a lot. I decided to build a comparative data model that was looking at one hand at the environmental issues and the most severe ones as defined by science, and on the other hand was looking into which were the most funded environmental projects out there, trying to find the correlation. I also decided to interview more than 300 people, asking them about their opinion on climate change. Yes, in 2016, people had opinions about climate change. The results were devastating. Online, offline, on TV, in my interviews, the discussions about climate change were a mess. And more fundamentally, the data was showing that there was not enough funding going towards the most severe environmental issues. After 6 months of these events, I made a decision. I decided to quit my job in finance. I decided to quit my city and focus my efforts on addressing climate change. On a more practical level, this meant that I was able to combine passions of mine such as technology, science, accuracy, and turn them into a job. My story is one of many, fueled by sense of urgency and realization that have increased the populations of people and businesses talking about climate change. But it is one too few for what is at stake. Which is why today I would like to take you on a non-biased and fact-filled journey that tells the story of climate change. The story doesn't start but heats up in 1895. Then Arrhenius, a Swedish physicist and scientist in chemistry, decides to find a new type of excitement. And for this, quantifies the influence of CO2 on the greenhouse effect. This is actually an exercise that serves as a therapy for him to overcome the separation with his wife. A therapy that leads to a Nobel Prize, mind you. A year later, the results of this study come out and are able to show that there is a relationship between atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration and temperature. This might have been the first step, the first instance when humans are able to tangibly take a step to address climate change. Might have. But like in everything in life, if you don't take the lesson the first time, life will shove in front of you further circumstances to teach you the same lesson again and again until you decide to take an action. So is the story of humans and climate change. Arrhenius wasn't alone in his effort to define and quantify what climate change was. He's been followed by hundreds and thousands of scientists who have been able to completely explain to us what is this man-made climate change. Yet, the projected emissions ahead of us look like this. Until 2020. 2020 was the year of pledges. Pledges from countries such as Japan, China with their net zero commitments, from the UK with the climate disclosures mandates, the EU, the Green Deal, and Joe Biden being elected as the president of the US. On the company side, the list was endless. Walmart, Nike, Starbucks, and many, many more companies taking a stance and a step to be tangibly part of the solution towards a more sustainable future. And while we might be thinking that we're already organizing the party to celebrate the effect of these pledges, let's think about it. Are these pledges enough? Are we actually able to tangibly prepare for the future with them? While the planet took a deeper breath in 2020 and received a New Year's gift of 7% reduction, saw a 0.01 temperature decrease in the projected increase by 2050. Meaning, all the effort and all the lockdowns and all the time that we all humans spent locked up at home actually led still, through the effects of deforestation, land degradation, to even more further development of climate change. And on an economic level, this meant that the severity of natural disasters were going to continue to develop. The supply chains were going to be further disturbed, and the output of the economy, as well as the profits, were going to decrease. You cannot manage a life and a business in a failing world. In simpler terms, carbon neutrality and pledges are simply not enough for us to sustain our existence as individuals and as businesses. And for those of the countries and companies that have understood this today and are willing to go beyond the pledges, there is a price. The history has saved them a winner prize in an economy that is going to be dependent on sustainable solutions. But rather than focusing on future scenarios, maybe let's look at the data and what we can do today to actually respond. Today, we are on track to hit 2.1 to 3.1 degree temperature increase by 2100 with the current pledges and policies that we have in place. We're also facing 3 times more plastic and trash in terms of waste that would need to be managed, with a whopping 91% of plastic not being recycled as of today. Our biodiversity is declining. There's data from the last 50 years that shows that we have lost 68% of the populations. And from all the birds that are on this planet, 70% are domestic, while 30% are wild. If you put all of these issues together, our planet would look like this. Looks beautiful, right? It takes time and effort to digest all this data, but there's a common denominator there. Our planet is tired, and our planet is living and breathing more difficult and more heavily these days. A question comes, and it remains. What step did you take to prepare for the future? I want to take you back to this beach where we were in the beginning. Now this beach is using drones to collect the plastic. This plastic goes into bins that are able to recycle themselves. In the bins, you can find worms that are eating the plastic, and making it disappear. In the further distance, you can see solar panels and wind turbines that are fueling now industries that have previously been reliant on fossil fuels, while the country where this beach is now using agroforestry and regenerative agriculture, as well as the water as a natural source of energy. This is not a vision. This is the reality today, a reality that has been shaped by people who know that the value of sustainability is not only environmental, but also economical. And this is the reality in industries, old and new. A question still comes and it remains. What step did you take today to prepare for the future? Before we answer this question, I would like to say something else. In the face of climate change, we're all small. A hurricane can destroy your house. A drought can destroy your livelihood. A flood can destroy your infrastructure and your business. But in all these events, in all these instances, we somehow, miraculously, are always able to recover and continue with our businesses and with our lives, which is what makes us human, which is what makes us superhuman. And in this superpower is where the solution for climate change lies. In this superpower, we find something crucial. Climate change is not one issue. It's a complex group of issues. And in the complexity, we find the solutions. Because in the same way that we have created the problem by millions and billions of wrong decisions for the planet, we find the solutions in the billions and millions of right decisions for the planet. Today, we're given a chance as citizens, as businesses, to take a deed, to take an action, to take a step. And yes, today, not tomorrow, not in 5 years, not in 10, no pledges, no promises. A step for reduction today. A question still comes and it remains. What step did you take today to prepare for the future? You took the first step by being here today. Now let's all take the next one. There's no plan B for the planet.
Thank you, Lubomila, for your sharing. It was really interesting. So our next talk from Jan Hagen will be on at 1:40. Thank you. as the world is changing rapidly, how to manage a team under uncertainty is gaining popularity. However, it is really challenging for leaders and teams to make right decisions and be agile to changes and errors, especially during the pandemic.
For this, we welcome our expert, Jan Hagen, the Associate Professor at ESMT Berlin, also the founder of ESMT's Biennial Error Management Conference, to share with us his research on how teams can spot that they are working on the wrong track.
Welcome, Jan. Please again remember to post your question in Zoom chat.
Embracing uncertainty sounds nice, and it is. If you take the right decisions, if you're successful, that's great. But we also know that if we take the wrong decisions, we may end up in failure, and that may cost money, and it may affect our careers. So, is there a way that we can make sure that we spot that we are on the wrong track early? Is there a way how we can deal with it? Well, there are organizations out there who deal with high consequence decisions on a regular basis. They're called high reliability organizations. They are the ones who are having to make sure that they are not risking people's lives, because when they fail, it does not only cost money, but people may actually die. So what are these organizations doing to deal with uncertainty? Let's have a look. One of the examples of a high reliability organization is the airshow team of the Swiss Air Force, the Patrol Suisse. And as you can see, they perform high performance maneuvers in high speed, close formation, and very difficult maneuvers. So how are they going to do that and still deal with uncertainty? Well, one thing is they're very select in the people who they let into their team. That's one thing. They have to demonstrate competency, and they have to undergo a very tough selection process. But that's not all. We have to see them in their action. And there's a nice example at an event that was taking place to commemorate the death of Oscar Bieder. And they know they had to perform along their motto, and that is safety, precision, and perfection. A very Swiss motto. And they were demonstrating their capability at that event for commemorating Oscar Bieder. When they were planning the event, and when the question came up, are you willing to perform an air show over the town of Langenbruck, that's the birthplace of Oscar Bieder, they were very careful in making sure that it's doable, so that there are no obstructions. Wind power turbines, power lines, mountains, whatever. And they figured out it's doable. So they reduced uncertainty as much as possible. But when the day of the air show came, the weather was not cooperating over the place. There were low clouds, the visibility was not good. So they again had to make a decision. Can we do the performance under these conditions? And what turned out was, well, it's legal, it seems doable, so let's go for it. And off they went and they performed their maneuver spectacularly. It would look great on the ground, people were excited, and so on. There was only one problem. They performed the performance at the wrong location. They did not overfly the village of Langenbruck, but they ended up over the town of Mümliswil. There was a yodel festival, everybody was excited, but it was the wrong location. So perfection was not visible here. And maybe that's one of the first indications that even high reliability organizations may not have the magic bullet. But there was a little bit more to that, and we have to look a little bit deeper in how high reliability organizations operate. And the thing here is, when the thing was picked up in the press, and it was not only picked up in the local Swiss press, but it was also picked up internationally, the question came up, well, who is at fault? Who led them to the wrong location? And it became clear the question was the leader. I mean, he was leading the formation to that location. So were they careful enough in getting the right leader? So let's have a look at how leaders are selected in high reliability organization. We look for people who are competent, who have the right personal qualifications when we let them in these high demanding positions. And we make sure that they are trained to perfection. But is that enough? Well, even the most qualified leader may end up in a situation that is a disaster. And this captain I just showed you was not only a regular flight captain, but he was also a training captain, and he was head of flight safety. So he should be knowing what he was doing. And still, he was responsible for one of the worst airline accidents in aviation history. 600 people died. Now the point is, he's a human, and he operated under complex time pressure condition. And humans are not perfect in these conditions. So yes, we have to take into account that even the best qualified leader may make a mistake and take a wrong turn. However, he, like most others, are not alone. We are surrounded by people who are also competent. And he was with a team consisting of a co-pilot and a flight engineer. And by looking at the transcript from that accident, we knew that, that these other two crew members observed that something was going wrong, but they didn't spoke up. Now that brings us to a big challenge that we face time and time again in organizations, that is that people don't voice their concerns. And the question is, what can we do to make people speak up? And they're not only not speaking up because they are anxious about their superiors or other people around them, but it could also be a competency issue, that they don't feel competent enough to voice their concern. Well, we can encourage people to speak up by using a concept that was developed by Amy Edmondson. In her research, she showed that when people operate in an environment where they do not fear that they will be punished or humiliated for bringing up an idea, for speaking up, for voicing a concern, or admitting a mistake, then they're willing to speak up. And she called that condition psychological safety. So if we have psychological safety, we can be relatively sure that people do speak up. Now, what does that mean for our normal business environment? It seemed like too good to be true, because if we have that concept, everything is fine. And by the way, people would like it. No consequences of something going wrong. But sometimes stuff will go wrong and will cost money. So shouldn't we do something here? Well, the point is, we should remember that only when people have the safety to speak up, they will do it. If they don't have it, they will keep quiet. And that may prevent them from intervening in a critical action, or it may prevent us from learning if we don't know of such an event. Well, coming back to our group of the Swiss pilots, did they have psychological safety in place? Yes, they did. Like all aviation organizations these days, they had a non-punitive error culture. And the point was not, what should we do with the leader of the team, but what is the learning? And how do they do the learning? Well, they reflect. They sit together and discuss what was happening at that day. Why did we take the wrong decision? And maybe not only the leader, but also the other pilots who were also part of the decision-making process. What led them into that ending up over the wrong location? And by doing that learning exercise, then you have a chance to get better and better. Now, that's not all, because sometimes we are also faced with time-critical conditions where we have to take action early because the conditions are so severe and we have to act quickly. And the question is, how are we going to take decisions in these situations? Now, management theory is very clear with these things. And the standard theory is when you have situations with time pressure, crisis situations, use directive leadership. And this is what was what we often see in organizations. And even in the case of the Hudson River landing with Captain Zallenberger, there was that famous quote, "I have control." Very reassuring if you think about that. But is that really the case? Well, I'd like to take you on another case example, and this time it's a flight. It's a flight from Oslo to Tromsø. We're flying in the middle of the night, and we have to think or to look at one particular instrument that is very important here. It's called the artificial horizon or attitude indicator, and it's in the center of every cockpit. You may not know that instrument by now, but it's very simple. It's like the pilot would look out of the window and he would see the sky above him, the earth below him. And if the plane starts to climb, you would see more and more blue, like you look up, or if you would descend, you see more and more brown if you look down. And this is the instrument the pilots were looking up in flight. Not all the time, but it was at the center of their location. Now, a little after midnight, in also the middle of the flight, suddenly something strange happened, because the plane was entering a climb, 15 degrees nose up. Not something you'd like to see in cruise condition, especially if it's not ordered. And then the autopilot disconnects. What is the pilot doing? The captain immediately pushed forward the control column to regain control of the aircraft. Did it help? Unfortunately not, because the climb continued. It went up 50 degrees now and started a slight left turn. So the captain pushed even harder, asked the co-pilot, come on, help me, and started to turn right. Any effect? No, unfortunately not. Now the plane is almost vertically and turning to the right. What is the co-pilot doing? Well, the co-pilot reacts to the captain, but in a little strange way, because he says, come up, when the captain is already almost 50 degrees up, and then he said, turn right. Actually, the plane is already turning right. So why is he doing that? Well, if we have a closer look, it is clear that the co-pilot had a very different instrument indication from the captain. And the point here was the co-pilot was first seeing level flight, no climb, then descent, 10 degrees nose down, and then finally 40 degrees nose down, left turn. And obviously he says come up and then make a right turn correcting. Now the point here is one of these instruments is wrong, and it's the captain's instrument. That is the complication here. So the captain is immediately reacting to a crisis that is obvious to him. He's giving commands, but actually he's acting on a wrong indication. And he's never talking about that. The co-pilot does not understand that the captain has a wrong indication. So that points us to a little kind of complication. Yes, we may have directive leadership, and the leader may be qualified to act, but maybe he has not the complete picture. So how can he get the picture? Well, my colleagues, Jigalai, Mary Waller, Seth Kaplan, and I, we were working on a project where we observed flight crews in emergency situations around the same time this accident happened. And what we observed was there were performance differences of flight crews. Flight crews that had a higher performance showed a particular communication pattern. They had more frequent communication, they had shorter interaction patterns, and they had simpler communication patterns. But there was a fourth factor that was unexpected for us, because these things were actually something that we already hypothesized about. But the fourth thing was we observed that the high-performing flight crews had captains who asked questions. Now that's a little bit surprising, because when you have an emergency situation, it's by definition a high-pressure situation where it's time critical to take action. So why on earth ask questions? Well, we couldn't answer that part from that part of research, but we did another project. So Jigalai, Avner Shachal, and myself went on to interview military pilots and asked them for their perspective of what is it that is important in emergency situations. We didn't prime them. We didn't ask them specifically for questions. When we got the answers, we were a little bit disappointed, because our hypothesis was obviously not resonating with the pilots that we interviewed, because the pilots answered commands are important. And by the way, they also said checklists and standard operating procedures are important. This I would leave aside, because that's very aviation specific. But questions were really not the focus. So was our hypothesis wrong? Well, we had two groups of pilots. These were pilots from the German Air Force. But we have another interview setting, and this was with the Israeli Air Force. And here we got a very different picture. The pilots of the Israeli Air Force, they said almost uniformly, questions are important in emergencies. Commands are not really that much important. We need questions. Now, what's the difference here? Well, we have the operational environments for these two Air Force groups are very different. The German Air Force operates mostly in peacetime condition, whereas the Israeli Air Force operates in a conflict-rich environment. Almost all the missions are like combat missions, and you have a lot of interference, more emergencies than the Germans would encounter. So why were the Israeli pilots advocating for asking questions? Well, we had the interviews, so we had answers. Let's have first a look at the German ones. And here the commander said, well, in an emergency situation, I have to take control, because I'm the most experienced person. And by the way, I have ultimate responsibility. But there's more. my co-pilots are trained in psychological safety. They know they should speak up when I do a wrong decision, so I can rely on them. For me, it's just paving the way, and if I'm on the wrong track, they will interact with me and correct me. However, when we ask the co-pilots, we get a slightly different perspective. And it was regardless whether we were talking to the Israeli co-pilots or the German co-pilots, because all of them said, well, if the captain is giving a direction, I follow that direction. Why should I intervene? Only if I see a severe problem, then I would intervene. Otherwise, I keep my mouth shut. So they wouldn't bring in their perspective. For the Israeli captains, for the commanders, we got a quite different perspective because they were way more reflective than the German ones. And they said, I know if I start giving a command and ordering a certain direction, I know my co-pilot won't contradict me. If I'm on the wrong track, it's very hard for the co-pilot to interact with me. So therefore, I'm rather asking them before actually giving my perspective. So here we have these two settings. One group of pilots being exposed regularly to emergencies and being reflected and knowing they should ask, even at high pressure conditions, and the other one not really having these conditions and expecting the people intervening. So what does that all mean for us when we are faced with uncertainty in business? Well, we cannot get certainty by just continuing analyzing. We have to accept that sometimes we may make the wrong decision. But it will always be helpful if we have people in the team to speak up. And how can we make people speak up? We have to provide them as a safety. That's the one thing. But we should also keep in mind that sometimes it's hard for them to speak up. So next time, when you are faced with an uncertain condition, when you have to take action, remember there are people around you that can provide input and perspectives, but you have to do one thing, and that is to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Also thank Lubomila and Benedict for your insightful talks. I personally learned a lot from you. Thank you so much. And also thank our online audience for all your questions and the voting. Our Q&A section will be on at 2. Welcome back. So we collect a question for you, Benedict. So it's, how do we need to take regenerative agriculture from niche to scale? What do you think about it?
Well, first of all, many thanks for the question. I mean, the answer to this question, if I would want to cover everything, would cover probably a lifetime of TED Talks. Because we are not talking about, well, a little step, but we're talking about system change, right? I think there's a few things that we need to consider. First of all, we have to acknowledge what farmers are doing for us today already. That also means that we have to look back and see how the different developments with regards to farming, also the technological developments, have come about and why they have come about. because most of the technological steps, they did help us at the time, and they did, yield more food and solve problems. But we have now come to this situation where we're reaching, or probably even gone beyond the boundaries, the planetary boundaries. So now we have to decide and change the system that we want to have the agriculture and food system like. What is very important is to understand more of the situation of farmers, which have always tried to do as good as they can in the individual context. And I think you can kind of, classify them. Of course, it is very difficult, but kind of classify them in certain ways. One way is these are farmers, who have not great soil, difficult conditions. They're getting even more difficult. They are fighting for their lives, of their families and their own lives. So we cannot expect much change from them. Volker Engelsmann, the CEO of FIBAA, always says, you cannot think green if your figures are red. Then we also have a few farmers that are blessed with good soil and the right amount of rain. So they are earning a lot of money, And from them, we can also not expect much change because life's good. And then we have this middle part where farmers are much further with regards to already looking after insects, biodiversity, soil health, and so forth. But they are trapped in a system. They have huge operating costs. They have bank loans. They have all these different costs that they have to account of. And the margins are becoming increasingly small. So even if they would want to change, they cannot change. And being in that situation, we also have to acknowledge that the average age group of farmers, more in the developed world, is around above 50. In the US, it's above 60. So that means many of them have grown up with those technological innovations, which they obviously believe in. So now people coming in and saying, why don't you do this and why don't you do this a bit different? That basically means you're telling them that they have been doing something for maybe 20 or 30 years' time, which wasn't right by today's standards. And we as people are not very good in accepting that kind of line of thought. So it is a huge emotional issue as well. So I believe one of the most important aspects for this system change to happen is to change the narrative. We have to include all the farmers and bring them together collectively as a community in the direction that we need to go with regards to the requirements of the planet. And then, of course, there is some few large structural changes that go with it. As far as the whole financing and subsidy program is concerned, we need to encourage farmers to take care of the soil health, store carbon in the soil, but at the same time look for biodiversity. We have to make sure that young people specifically have the access to land. We have to make sure that farmers become independent of external inputs. That is one of the most critical parts of it. And science can play an amazing role in a sense that we need to think holistically, multi-interdisciplinary teams that think about the whole holistic matter of agriculture, where the aim is not to squeeze out a little bit more of yield in a, let's say, industrial production model, but to decide and to think, how can we actually do agriculture, so actually feed the planet, but at the same time look after biodiversity, soil health, and so forth, with reducing and in best ways not actually relying on synthetic inputs anymore. So there is a huge area of all the different groups of people and institutions to get involved. And I think this is the beautiful thing about it, that once we have understood which potential lies in working with nature, in accordance, in cooperation with nature, we are only scraping on the surface of what we can actually achieve with regards of working with nature. And so I think this should be a very large focus, and I think this way, we can involve everyone to collectively arrive at the stage. And this, of course, also starts with the consumer, and this will lead on to a whole community on the whole world, possibly, that will drive the change to that, because there is no other way.
Thank you so much for
Thank
the sharing. I personally really appreciate your talk, your sharing today, because in previous time it was such an unfamiliar topic for me, but now you level up the whole thinking from a single yelling to the whole holistic agriculture system. We are really looking forward to the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks, take care.
Yeah, so thank you also for your listening. And our Q&A section for the first block is end here, and we will come back on 2:20. See you there.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first block of our speakers. Now we welcome our next speaker, Patrick Klinger. Patrick is what we used to call a tech guru, or more specifically, an AI guru. He designs, implements, and interprets human-centric products. He believes in democratizing AI as a tool and will be doing what he knows best, sharing and inspiring his audience. Please welcome Patrick Klinger. Remember to put your questions in the Q&A box, and we will pick them up at the end of the block. Thank you.
When I was at university, my professor wanted me to write a white paper about the application of an algorithm that belongs to the area of artificial intelligence. And at the beginning, I was a little bit skeptical. I mean, how to find a feasible use case? Can I handle the complexity? Will I still be able to hang out with my friends? A lot of important questions to clarify before I started. But then I thought, challenge accepted, let's do it. I was motivated. I mean, I was really motivated. I went home, I opened up my laptop, and the first question I had to look at was, what the hell is artificial intelligence, right? And now imagine, you are a student. You are lazy as hell. There's only one way how to approach this. And this is, you open up a search engine like Google, and you type in, "Dear Google, please show me what is AI." And the result I was presented looked like this. So the first sentence of my white paper was, artificial intelligence is blue. What I also learned is that AI has something to do with digital brains and robots that look like humans. I mean, in the end of the day, I did not learn anything at all by looking at these results, right? And exactly this is the problem. Because to most people in society, AI is just blue. And let me illustrate this problem with a comparison to online banking. I think most of you guys use online banking. And I think most of you have a rough idea how a bank actually works. Like you've got a bank account, you deposit money, the bank rents the money to other people, you get paid interest rates. On the other hand, millions of people are using digital services of Google, Amazon, Facebook, whatever, without being aware of their value of the personal data and the power of artificial intelligence. And this is the problem. And the only way I see to escape this problem is learning. And the good news is there are many great ways how to learn nowadays. For example, you can watch all those really, really fantastic TED Talks about AI, which you can find on YouTube. However, in order to understand what the speakers are talking about, you need to have a certain understanding about this topic, and you need to be able to ask the right questions. And exactly this is what I want to deliver you today. So, in my TED Talk, you will receive two learnings. Number one, you will get a basic understanding of modern artificial intelligence. And number two, you will be equipped with a simple toolkit consisting out of 3 guiding questions that you can apply to each and every AI talk you're going to listen to. And now let's get started. And the first thing we have to clarify is the terminology, because I very often observe that people mix up the terms and this leads to confusion. So the main concept we talk about today is artificial intelligence. And this is a very broad concept. So the official definition of AI is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. However, where does intelligence start? Where does it end? All this is really up to your interpretation, and this leads to the fact that different people can have a different perspective on the same topic of AI. For example, if you talk to a computer scientist or to a psychologist, those guys can have a completely different understanding of AI, and this is absolutely okay because it is a broad topic. However, what most people mean when they talk about AI today is machine learning. And machine learning is about the imitation of the cognitive ability to learn. So what you do, you apply mathematics and statistics to historic data with the goal to identify pattern in this data in order to understand more recent data or to create predictions. And in other words, this means machine learning is the perfect tool to support rational decision-making in an uncertain environment. because it's completely based on math and data. And when I talk about AI today, I refer to machine learning-based artificial intelligence. And deep learning, again, is one subset of machine learning, and it does pretty much the same. So again, we look at historic data, apply math and statistics to find pattern in order to create predictions. However, the difference is the type of algorithm that is applied. So whereas in classical machine learning, we apply pretty straightforward statistical mathematical methods, whereas in deep learning, you apply something called deep neural networks. And this is a very sophisticated type of algorithm that is certainly inspired by the human brain, but it does also certainly not work the same way than a human brain works. So after being familiar with the definition, you want to know, what can I do with artificial intelligence? And again, here are different ways how to look at this topic, but I prefer those 4 application clusters. And let me start with computer vision. So computer vision is about recognizing and interpreting the content of images. And an image is nothing else than a piece of unstructured data, right? Because we can break down an image into single pixels and express each pixel with a value. And when we've got the numbers, we can apply the math. And computer vision, for example, is one of the core technologies of autonomous driving, because together with other sensors, it helps the car to perceive its environment. For example, to identify other cars, pedestrians, traffic signs, whatever, in the field of vision in order to derive the most suitable follow-up action in the current situation. What you can also do with computer vision is to distinguish a chihuahua from a muffin. And if you think this is an easy task, just have a look at this picture. So the one thing is the thing you want to bite in. The other one is a thing that might want to bite you. This is a small but very important difference, right? And as you can see, not every problem that sounds easy is actually easy for AI to solve in the end of the day. And now let me continue with natural language processing. So, human natural language is very complex for machines to understand. It has got a broad terminology. It has got many rules, it has got exceptions, it's context-based, and I did not even start to talk about accents and dialects, right? And natural language processing is about the understanding, interpretation, and even generation of human natural language. For example, think about all those automatic translation services where you can translate a text from one language to another language. Or think about those smart voice assistants like Alexa or Siri. And as long as a huge metal fan can either keep me cool during a hot day or keep me awake during a quiet night, language will remain a complex thing for machines to understand. So now let's have a look at data mining. Data mining is about leveraging the potential of structured and semi-structured data that you have captured. Just think about a time series analysis where you have got cost or sales figures from the past and you want to analyze how they will continue. Or think about an automatic, proper customer analysis where you try to provide the right customer with the right information in the right point in time. And this is heavily applied in social media and is called micro-targeting. What you can also do, and we are all familiar with this, are recommendation engines. I mean, think about Amazon or Netflix, right? So people who look at this product were usually also interested in these products. And now just imagine, I want to give an example. You visit an e-commerce store and you search, let's say, a baseball bat, to hit some balls together with your friends. And now imagine you are recommended to buy these items based on popular customer combinations. Again, I have got 2 learnings for you. Number 1, some people might have interesting hobbies. Number 2, AI does not always generate the results that you have expected. And now let me finish with behavioral AI. And behavioral AI is about the ability of autonomous systems to learn a successful strategy by trial and error. Just think about a smart agent in a computer game. This agent has to learn how to win the game by exploring different strategies. And one very impressive example was presented by Google, by a Google company a couple of years ago. So AlphaGo Zero is a computer program that learned how to play the board game Go. And Go is a very famous board game in Asia. It's played with a 19 by 19 grid board. And what's so special about this game is the complexity, because the amount of possible constellations on this board surpasses the amount of atoms in the universe. This is a really huge number. And this algorithm learned how to play the game, basically by getting provided with the rules and by playing against itself, so exploring the right strategy. And at the end of the day, it was even able to beat the South Korean grandmaster in an official match. But behavioral AI is also applied in robotics, for example, to teach robots the desired behavior. I mean, just think about assembly lines where you want robots to assemble certain production items in the right way. So now you know the definition of AI, and you know what you can do with AI. The last missing piece is how to create AI. And let me start with the training, because this is the biggest difference to classical computing, because AI is not programmed, but trained. And for AI training, we need 3 ingredients: data, the algorithm, and computing power. And let me first quickly start with the algorithm, because most people think the algorithm is the most important asset in the game, you know, this mystical Facebook algorithm that controls our lives. However, an algorithm is nothing else than a simple cooking recipe that tells us how to process data to solve a certain mathematical problem. So it's the math. It's there since the 1950s. I can read it in papers and books. I can even download it from the internet. So yes, the algorithm is important, but it's not the most important asset. What we also need is computing power. And looking back, we observe a strong increase of inexpensive computing resources, and this was certainly an accelerator. However, the most important part in the game is the data. Because what you have learned already is machine learning is based on historic data. If we do not have this data, we cannot do machine learning, right? But in times of Internet of Things, social media, online shopping, and so on, we produce tons and tons of data every day. And the more data you have, the more fun you will have with machine learning. And when all 3 elements come together, the data, the algorithm, plus the computing, an iterative training process starts. For example, I provide the algorithm with thousands of examples how chihuahuas look like on images. And after the training time, what we get is a trained machine learning model. And this model is basically a mathematical representation of the real world. So it contains, for example, all the rules how to identify a chihuahua on an image. The good thing is, this model can be so complex, especially in deep learning. I would never ever be able to come up with a model of this complexity in a reasonable amount of time when I do it manually. However, the downside, because of this complexity, I might not be able to understand how the model works and how it will behave in different situations. So after the training, we come to the inference phase. And in the inference phase, we need new data points. So new images of chihuahuas the algorithm has never seen before. Again, we apply computing power, but here not as much as during training. I mean, your iPhone is doing machine learning every day, so that's very often sufficient. And we apply now the trained model from the training phase to the new data points, and what we get is a prediction. And this prediction could be, I identify a chihuahua on this image, and I'm confident to 97%. So this tells us that machine learning is a probabilistic approach rather than a deterministic approach. And this implies we always have a certain amount of uncertainty. And depending on the use case, we have to think about how much uncertainty we can accept. So congratulations, now you are familiar with the basics of modern artificial intelligence, and now I think you guys are excited about the toolkit, the 3 questions. So let's have a look at the first one. And the first question you should ask yourself when you watch an AI talk is the speaker talking about artificial narrow intelligence or something superior like artificial general intelligence? And let me quickly tell you what's the difference. So narrow AI is all the stuff we have talked about today. It's a very specialized type of AI that performs well in a certain niche. Whereas the other types, like general AI or super AI, those types of AI come close to human level of intelligence or even surpass human level of intelligence. For example, just think about this smart, small robot in the Star Wars movie called R2-D2, and just think about this guy had to save a Jedi's life. But the only thing it can do is to distinguish a Chihuahua and a muffin. I mean, this does not really work out well, right? So those types of AI, what they can do, they can learn new stuff independently, and they can apply knowledge from one domain to another domain based on the world knowledge they have. And this is really human-like. And the reason why you should ask this question, so if a speaker talks about narrow AI, the talk might be much more based on concrete scientific, statistical, mathematical solutions and methods. Whereas if she talks about something superior like general AI or super AI, the talk might be much more on a visionary or philosophical level. If the speaker actually talks about narrow AI, the next question is she talking about machine learning or other AI methods? So if it's machine learning, the good thing is you can apply all the fundamentals you have learned already. You know the pros and you know the cons. Whereas if it's another method, you first have to find out about this method. You have to understand how it works in order to be able to understand the talk. So this is also very important because machine learning is one subset of AI, a very famous one at the moment, but it's not the only one. And the last question is, if she talks about machine learning, is the funnel from data to decision observable? So in a high quality talk, the speaker will always make transparent on which data the algorithm was trained on and which method was applied, right? And only with this information, you can really scope the solution the speaker talks about, and you can really think about how well it can perform in which kind of situation. Whereas if AI is represented as black box, you might always have problems to fully understand the solution. So, artificial intelligence is important because it will impact our private lives and it will change the way how we work. So learning about AI is key for everybody. And if you decide to do so by watching all those great TEDx talks, and if you apply the fundamental knowledge of my talk, plus the 3 guiding questions, you will definitely understand much more about AI than this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for this wonderful talk. If just like me, you have a lot of burning questions about AI, feel free to put them in the Q&A section. Now we welcome our next speaker, Nadine Mengiz. Nadine is a climate scientist working towards a comprehensive assessment of net zero strategies for Germany. Her research interests include uncertainties in carbon budgets with a focus on non-CO2 greenhouse gases, improving assessment frameworks for carbon dioxide removal measures, and the moral implications of such measures. She holds a doctorate from the Christian Albrechts University of Kiel, which she worked towards in the context of German priority program on climate engineering. Please welcome Nadine Mengiz.
What is our remaining carbon budget, say, in Germany? Well, lucky for me as someone who works on this question, I really like to talk about uncertainties. So one of my favorite questions to ask is, okay, so what is the uncertainty surrounding this estimate? Very popular among my peers. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to take you down the uncertainty lane and in the quest to answer this question of what is our remaining carbon budget. And maybe to start this off, I need to explain what I mean when I talk about the remaining carbon budget. Well, the remaining carbon budget is what explains us how much more CO2 we can emit before we breach a certain temperature target. The concept of the remaining carbon budget comes from a linear response between the CO2-induced temperature change and the sum of all emissions emitted up until this point. And it's true that for any given point in time, the same amount of carbon emissions will cause the same amount of temperature change, at least in the foreseeable future. So just to get this straight, this also means that as long as we emit CO2 to the atmosphere, we will experience climate warming. So what does this linear relationship mean for the carbon budget? Well, now we can say, let's give us a temperature change of, let's say, 1.5 degrees Celsius relative to the pre-industrial time. Now this linear relationship tells us how much CO2 we can actually emit in order to stay below this target. Our best estimate for this linear relationship is that 1,000 gigatons of CO2 emissions will cause a global mean temperature change of 0.45 degrees Celsius. And now for those of you who are fast in calculating their things in their head, that means that our total budget would be 3,300 gigatons of CO2. Now of those 3,300 gigatons, we've already emitted 2,400. So the difference between those two numbers then gives us the remaining carbon budget. That means we're left with 900 gigatons of CO2 globally to emit before we go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay, that's our question, right? Thank you very much, but not so fast. What are the uncertainties that surround this estimate? Well, there's different levels of uncertainty that we have to talk about in this context, and I'd like to talk about 3 today. Starting with the Earth system uncertainties. Yay! So that's the Earth. And the Earth's reaction to our anthropogenic experiment. You know, this experiment where we put substances in the atmosphere and they warm and cool the climate. The warming ones are the greenhouse gases, and the cooling ones are aerosols that we put into the atmosphere. Those are little particles that reflect some of the incoming shortwave radiation from the sun and therefore cool the planet. Now, our understanding of the Earth system is incomplete, just because we cannot observe everything at all times. So that means that we have processes in the Earth system that we don't understand. And one of these processes, or one good example of these uncertainties in the Earth system, is the land and the ocean carbon uptake. Currently, about 55% of the emissions that we put into the atmosphere are taken up by the land and the ocean. And now, the land carbon uptake is especially interesting because it holds so many uncertainties. So currently, what happens is forests profit from the increased atmospheric CO2 concentration. They grow and they take up carbon, and everyone is happy. But with climate change, what happens is that those forests become water stressed more often. So that means that maybe in the future they won't grow that efficiently anymore and take up less of our carbon emissions. Sorry. The same thing, or right on top of that actually, the little microbes in the soil that chew on organic matter and emit CO2 to the atmosphere, well, they become much more efficient when climate change progresses and it becomes warmer. So in the worst case scenario, what could happen is that the land carbon sink can become a source of CO2 in the future. On another note, we know quite well how the Earth reacts to increasing CO2 emissions, because that's what we can observe right now. But there remain much more uncertainties when it comes to a point in time where we actually might reduce CO2 emissions or even go down to zero. So if there is some remaining warming in the system that we've already committed to from past emissions, this might actually come up as soon as we reduce CO2 emissions and then manifest itself during these times. Okay, last point, and I could go on, trust me. I already mentioned those other substances that we put into the atmosphere than CO2. Those are methane, nitrous oxide, those are the greenhouse gases, and then those particles and the aerosols, right? So all of them also impact global mean temperature. And that means we have to take them into account when we talk about the remaining carbon budget. One big difference between all of those other substances and CO2 is that once CO2 is emitted, it stays in the atmosphere for hundreds and thousands of years, so much longer than our human timescales that we're considering right now. The other substances and their effect on the climate are much more dependent on our human short-term choices. And that brings us to the second uncertainty that I want to talk to you about today. The socioeconomic scenario uncertainties. Yay. I'm talking about us humans. So this very complicated term is, it describes our inability to predict the social dynamics or the political dynamics or even future technological developments. And the good story here, the good news here is that as humans, we actually have a big impact on our future climate changes that we'll experience. And as I already said, this is much more important for those non-CO2 greenhouse gases and the aerosols. So that's why I went ahead and I looked at those and I wanted to understand where they come from, where we emit those non-CO2 substances and how they will likely develop in the future. And what I found is that currently our land use and also the agricultural activities emit more of those warming greenhouse gases to the atmosphere than of those cooling aerosols. So just in the non-CO2 sphere of things, that means that they contribute to a climate warming. In contrast to that, all of our activities where we burn fossil fuels and kind of co-emit a lot of those cooling aerosols that are not compensated by a same amount of warming greenhouse gases in the non-CO2 sphere, that means that these fossil fuel activities actually contribute to an overall climate cooling in the non-CO2 sphere. Now, in the future, if we want to achieve net zero CO2 emissions, we will get rid of a lot of those fossil fuel intensive activities. So that means that in the future, we'll lose some of this cooling contributions from these activities and also the warming from the CO2, but we'll also have an additional warming from these losses of the cooling agents. At the same time, agriculture and land use change is projected to stay at the same level as today and maybe even slightly increase in order to comply with the additional demand for energy, for food sources in the future. So that means that the sum of all these non-CO2 substances in the future is likely to contribute to a net non-CO2 warming. And that in turn means then that it will reduce our remaining carbon budget. Okay, are you embracing the uncertainties yet? So just to summarize real quick, we have this climate metric, and it gives us a carbon budget of about 900 gigatons of CO2. That corresponds to about 22 years of current emissions. Now, the uncertainties in the Earth system, and specifically in the carbon cycle, can add some uncertainties and can add or reduce this estimate by up to 6 years. And when we now consider all these non-CO2 forcing, they may take up to 10 years off the clock. So then we're starting to run out of time. But let's say we know all of this. Natural scientists and socioeconomists come up with one single number of the remaining carbon budget. What do we do then? Well, that brings us to the third uncertainty that I want to talk to you about today, the distribution uncertainty. The remaining carbon budget is a global entity, but climate policy happens on a national, regional, or even sub-national level. That means that if we want to answer the question, what is our budget here in Germany, we need to now allocate this global entity to nations. So what is the fair share of our carbon budget here in Germany? Well, that depends on who you ask. Some people might argue that in order to allocate this remaining carbon budget, we should allocate a same amount of carbon to each single person on the planet. That's what we call the equal per capita approach. That would mean that Germany as a nation would get an allocation of the remaining budget based on its share on global population. Some say that's not even enough. We also need to take into account that some nations, and we're talking about the global north here, have contributed much more strongly to the current climate change and the climate crisis than others, namely the global south. So they want to take this historical carbon depth and historical carbon credit into account, and that's the equal cumulative per capita approach. Pragmatists might say, well, let's distribute the budget so that we can keep it, and everyone who can actually tackle this challenge of climate mitigation should get a smaller piece of the cake, because they have the technological or the political means to actually reduce their emissions. And lastly, one argument that is brought on, especially by the developed countries, is to say, well, listen, so we've built all of this fossil fuel intensive infrastructure. So we've committed ourselves to a certain amount of emissions already because we're going to use this infrastructure for the next years. So it's kind of difficult for us to transition to a green economy right away. In contrast, there are other countries that can now leapfrog into this wealthy, carbon-free economy by using these new technologies that we have available. This is, then they ask to allocate the remaining carbon budget based on the shares of today's emissions. Now, which one of those approaches is the more fair or the more realistic? That's a value judgment, and that I will leave up to you. But just one note of caution. Right now, what happens, whether consciously or not, is that nations allocate a larger piece of the cake to themselves than what maybe others would have given them. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that all of the single pieces of cake come back to just one cake. All right, now that we strolled down uncertainty lane and learned a little bit about the concept of where the carbon budget comes from and the uncertainties surrounding the Earth and us humans, and frankly, what a mess it can be to actually allocate this remaining budget to a nation, I hope that we get a better understanding of why there is so much uncertainty surrounding the remaining carbon budget. Now, when I arrived at the end of this road, I can tell you that I came up with a remaining carbon budget of Germany of 7.8 gigatons of CO2, starting from January 2021. And I also came up with a kind of a trajectory that we would have to keep in order to stay within this budget. And just to give you an idea of the level of ambition that is associated with this trajectory, This decrease of CO2 emissions in this scenario would mean that we would have, emissions-wise, a year like 2020 every second year. Now, currently we're researching how Germany can actually achieve its goal of net zero CO2 emissions by 2050, including some of those options that would allow us to actually take out CO2 of the atmosphere, and all the delicious uncertainties that come with that. And after navigating through this jungle of uncertainties, there is one thing that I can tell you for sure. And that is that we need to transition to a carbon-free, sustainable energy system, and that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine, for this insightful talk. And thanks for sharing this sense of urgency among ourselves. The next speaker will come up at 3 p.m., 15:00, and you have the chance once again to put in your questions in the Q&A box. We will showcase them at the end of the speaker's block. Thank you.
We are now ready to introduce our next speaker, Rike Petzold. She's an uncertainty enthusiast, a future thinker, and a passionate about emergence and system change. She has a degree in Chinese and Japanese studies, as well as in philosophy of language. After living in Taiwan for some years to deepen her knowledge into Mandarin and Daoism, she returned to Germany and trained to be an international leadership and body-oriented coach, but soon realized that her main interest is dealing with the unknown. She consults, writes, researches, and talks about how to stay in the uncomfortable space between certainties and why this is so important in times of complexity. Today, Rike will talk about why uncertainty is much better than its reputation. Welcome.
Wouldn't you agree that not knowing what's going on or what's going to happen next can make you feel uncomfortable? So, how are you doing? How was that strange little pause? Did you feel a little bit impatient, maybe irritated, thinking, oh boy, she forgot what she wanted to say? So, to me, it was very uncomfortable, I can tell you that. Standing here on this stage, doing basically nothing for about 30 seconds, ignoring what everybody will tell you, to do at a TEDx, to use the first 30 seconds to make a smashing appearance. But instead of only talking about uncertainty, I wanted to invite you into uncertainty, and if it's just for a brief moment. Because not knowing what's going on or what's going to happen next can cause discomfort, irritation, stress even. And we in our culture of optimization and efficiency and planning on insurance and perfection, we are so uncomfortable with uncertainty that we're trying to avoid it by all means. And we quickly jump to reasons and explanations and to answers and to solutions and skip this foggy, fuzzy, murky, muddy space of not knowing, of uncertainty. And yet, there's something there, something in that space between certainties, in that liminal space, and that's valuable. And if we skip that, we are missing out. It's worth sitting with not knowing, and if it's just for a little while, even though it might feel uncomfortable and seem inefficient. And I'm going to tell you why, but first I'd like to take you on a journey, on my journey of how I fell in love with that space between certainties. So I was always drawn to adventure, drawn to newness. I love to jump in head first, but I didn't realize, because to me, that was just normal. Until about 8 years ago, when my favorite person and I had this idea to buy an old sailboat, fix her up, sell everything, take the boys out of school, move to the boat, sail the world, and from the reactions we got from telling that to our families and friends. Wow, isn't that dangerous? What about the storms? Aren't you worried about the kids and the boat and the school and the money and the jobs? And what about the storms? And aren't you scared? And we're like, not so much. And not that we hadn't thought about these questions, we just weren't that worried. And it was only then that I discovered, there might be something there, something that needs to be explored, that there must be strategies to deal with uncertainty, and that apparently I had already been using some of them without even realizing, and I only needed to identify what these strategies were and show them to others. Easy. Well, I still had much to learn. And soon enough, I found my teacher, sailing. Because we did go through with our plan, of buying a boat and fixing her up and taking the boys out of school and untying the lines. And sailing was a very good teacher. And I think it's fair to say that I did learn a lot, but there was one thing in particular that I'd like to share with you today. And sailing taught me to let go, to surrender. And sailing also had two very potent teaching assistants. And the first teaching assistant was my body. I get seasick, quite a lot actually. Not the best prerequisite to go live on a sailboat, you might think. What a terrible idea, in fact. And you know how they say that there are two stages of seasickness? The first stage, where it's so bad that you're afraid you might die, and the second stage, where it's so bad that you're afraid you might not die. I'm familiar with both. In fact, I've discovered a couple of more stages. I should write a book. Anyway, I will never forget that first night out at sea. We were leaving Thessaloniki for the Greek islands. It was our first overnight passage ever. And it was a new moon night, and we were all alone in the middle of the ocean. Except we weren't really. It was just in my head, because the Mediterranean is no ocean, and we weren't alone either. There were ships and ferries and freighters, and we didn't even lose sight of shore. But it was still terribly exciting. And I remember being so new to the boat movements that every time we were heeling over, I caught myself worrying the boat might tip. I was very seasick that night, and in the many, many nights to come, and the days. So after much suffering, I realized that my seasickness wasn't something to fight, not even to control. And someone recently shared that Buddhist proverb with me: suffering is pain times resistance. And I had been resisting the movement of the boat, the back and the forth of the waves, the rhythm of the sea. I wanted to be in control, but the more I wanted to be in control, the more seasick I got. I needed a different approach. I needed to learn how to live with my seasickness, how to accept my seasickness as a part of me. So from then on, we only try to leave for passage under the best possible conditions, so that my vestibular organ, the troublemaker, the inner ear, could slowly adjust to the boat movements. And I also allowed myself to not feel responsible for anything, not sailing, not cooking, not boat schooling, until I was feeling better. And to my surprise, the world didn't end, no one starved, and the boat didn't sink. And after a day or two, I was feeling better. And I still get seasick to this day, sometimes, but it was nothing compared to what I was experiencing in the beginning. So my body taught me to not control what I couldn't control. And there was teaching assistant number 2, nature. One more thing to know about me is that I might be an uncertainty enthusiast, yes, but I love to plan. And I love complex projects. The wackier, the more impossible, the better. And I can imagine the wildest adventures, but the first step would always be a good, solid plan. And I project managed the shit out of this one. In our hallway was a 3-meter-long Kanban board with to-dos and doings and dones, and we had the map and we had the route. Everything was organized. It was perfect. Until we went sailing. Any of you guys sail here? You see, sailing and planning, not a good match. The wind and the weather and the waves just don't do what you want them to do. They don't bend to your wishes, not to mine anyway. And I had to learn this the hard way. And I don't remember how many times I was angry and sad or frustrated, disappointed, crying even, because we couldn't go where we wanted to go. We couldn't stick to our beautiful plan. Nature would not let us, or something broke down on the boat. So I learned that I couldn't change the wind or the weather or the waves, only adjust the sails and the course. And I also found that some of the most beautiful memories were made outside of our plans. So sailing taught me to let go, to surrender, to listen to my body, to trust that we will be okay, and that it's a good idea to have plan B, C, D, and enough canned tomatoes, and that boats are in essence money graves. And sailing also initiated me into the realm of not knowing, into the art of embracing uncertainty instead of just skipping it by using some strategies. And they are strategies, and they do help, make no mistake. But only using strategies to deal with uncertainty is a bit like trying to dance by analyzing the rhythm versus feeling the rhythm and letting the music guide you. So that's why today I'm not going to give you any strategies in these short 18 minutes. I'm going to instead give you something else, what I feel is much more valuable than any strategy. I'm going to give you a word, an idea, which is also the key to be able to dance with uncertainty. Humility. Humility is the attitude of not taking ourselves and our beliefs and our assumptions too seriously. It's knowing that assumptions are just that, assumptions. And the thing with assumptions is that they do help us. We constantly make sense of the world around us by making assumptions about it. And that's great, because without that, we'd be screwed and pretty lost. On the downside, assumptions can also trick us. We always try to take every piece of information and put it into our worldview to try not to let go of any of our certainties. So assumptions are also the source of our biases. Something else I learned on the boat. So when I started this whole sailing thing, I took a course in marine navigation. And we had to memorize the signs and the signals, the meaning of the lights and the buoys, and there were a lot. So for example, we had to be able to tell the distance of a nearby ship at night, the direction it was going, and whether it was on collision course, just by looking at some colored dots on a black background. So that could be a potential threat. Really not good. And I remember looking at that black square in my sailing theory textbook, trying to make sense of some tiny red and white and green dots, convinced I'd never be able to do that in an actual situation. But in fact, after being on night shift, after a couple of nights on the boat, I was in fact able to do exactly that. I could tell from staring into the black night whether a ship was approaching, which way it was going, and if it was a potential threat, just by looking at the tiny position lights. Our brains are amazing, and I was getting better with every night at sea. Fast forward 2 years, on our first Atlantic crossing, I was on my third night shift maybe, and I had what on the boat is called the dog watch, between midnight and 4 in the morning. And it's the person on shift's responsibility to take a 360-degree look around outside the boat every 20 minutes, because that's about the time it would take a big ship to approach from beyond the horizon and get near us. And being a tiny and small and slow sailboat made us vulnerable, so it was very important to be attentive. So I was tired, but I dutifully stepped outside into the cockpit every 20 minutes to check the black night for suspicious lights. And as I went outside, maybe the third time, I suddenly noticed a white light quite close behind us. And I jumped. What was that? Had I missed something? Wasn't I paying attention? And I quickly went below deck to check the AIS, which is similar to radar, and call the unknown vessel, radio the unknown vessel. But strangely, there was nothing on the AIS. The screen was black, except for the small dot that was us. And no one answered on the radio. So I decided to change course nevertheless and get out of the way of whatever was behind us. But before I got all geared in, I quickly went back outside to check again. And as I was looking at the light, I realized, very puzzled, that the light had moved. Not to the side, not closer, but further up. It didn't make any sense. And 1 in the morning is not my peak time, but after a while, it hit me. That light was no ship approaching. That light was Venus rising. My trained brain had totally tricked me. No wonder no one had picked up on the radio. That might have been an interesting conversation, though, but I was very, very impressed. And from then on, now when I catch myself making an assumption, I try to stop, to question it, because it might be Venus. I might be wrong. And this kind of humility, this wondering, this questioning is what we need in order to be able to not only endure uncertainty, but also to actually appreciate it. Because this space of uncertainty is the only space where actual new information can come in. This is where the magic happens. This is the home of creativity, of serendipity, you know, when you find stuff you haven't been looking for, of, like Columbus did with America, of epiphanies, of randomness, where new ideas can emerge, where anything can happen. And yet, in times like these, when the ground underneath our feet feels like it's shaking, we tend to hold onto our certainties and they're trying to lure us in and make us feel we're safe there. But the more furiously we insist that we are right and the others are wrong, are stupid and not getting it, the more rigid and polarized we become as a society, the more fragmented and fragile, the more barren of fresh ideas and creativity. The common ground that we so desperately need in order to tackle these immense challenges that we are facing as a collective, that common ground, that shared reality, lie at the margins of and in that liminal space between certainty. Rumi, the Sufi mystic, once said, "Somewhere between right and wrong, there's a garden. I will meet you there." And we tend to think that we need certainty in order to feel safe. But the feeling of safety comes from the inside. It comes from humility, from being open to other perspectives, from trusting that anything will always emerge, even though we cannot control it, from falling in love with saying, "I don't know." So to quote Hannah Gadsby, "Confidence makes you stupid. I'm very confident in this opinion. Thank you."
Thank you, Rike, for this inspiring talk. The next speaker will be Ludovic Subran, who is joining online remotely, and he is chief economist at Allianz and the credit insurance Euler Hermes. Prior to joining the private sector, Ludovic worked for international organizations such as the World Bank and the United Nations World Food Programme. Ludovic teaches economics at HEC and Sciences Po, and sits on several boards and boards of directors. Today, Ludovic will explore the uncertainties in macroeconomics of Europe due to COVID-19.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to virtually be here with all the ESMT community. I wish I could be in Berlin with you. That must be much more fun than having to present in front of my computer, but I guess this is the world we're living in today. I've been asked to talk to you for the next 10 minutes or so about macroeconomic uncertainties in 2021, and especially in Europe. So I tried to basically identify 5 things that we got. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to virtually be here with all the ESMT community. I wish I could be in Berlin with you. That must be much more fun than having to present in front of my computer, but I guess this is the world we're living in today. I've been asked to talk to you for the next 10 minutes or so about macroeconomic uncertainties in 2021, and especially in Europe. So I tried to basically identify 5 things that we're going to have to live with in 2021. 5 pivots, 5 reasons for me to believe that the work is not done yet on fighting the uncertainty related to the pandemic. I'm an optimist at heart. I believe the worst is behind us, but clearly the room for policy mistakes and more generally the risks of missing this recovery or making it not work for everybody are super high. And I think this is a message that the business community, the policy makers, but also we as citizens needs to hear and need to find solution for. So the first pivot is, 2021 will be all about vaccine. We just estimated that the cost of the 5-week delay in Europe is close to 90 billion euros, right? Compared to the US, the UK, Israel, you see the numbers every day. It is a very difficult situation we're living in because after the new cases and the epidemiological data, the stringency measures and the different types of lockdown, Europe is once again a bit pointed at for being too little too late when it comes to manufacturing and distributing the vaccine. Of course, there is no silver bullet, right? We cannot decide that Jeff Bezos, after resigning from Amazon, will decide magically to run, a big vaccination campaign for everybody across the world. I wish he could do that because it would be much better than what we see today coming from our institutions, but this is not what's happening. So the big question is, what do we do about this vaccine and how is it a pivot for Europe? Well, it is what, the vaccines are going to be dictating a little bit the growth rate across countries in Europe. The first quarter, because of the race between vaccination and new cases, look like it's going to be a bit of a negative quarter, like a recession. But I'm confident that with Easter and resurrection, we could actually see a bit of a better outlook, including on the number of people that the vaccine coverage will reach, but also in terms of making sure that the savings that people have accrued in 2020 could be unleashed as extra consumption. And this is really what makes or breaks the recovery in 2021. How much of the forced and precautionary savings that people have accrued because social spending was zero. You couldn't go to restaurants, you couldn't travel, you couldn't basically go to culture sites. How much of that is going to end up in consumption and pent-up demand, and how much it will create a virtuous loop with companies investing, with trade, with people being confident enough that they can unleash a bit of these savings and not worry too much for their jobs, for their old age, or for their social security. So vaccines and how successful we are is key for Europe for 2021. I would even say vaccine is the best investment you can make. Highest return on investment, highest fiscal multiplier. And I wish for Europe to really make sure that they focus on that before even focusing on greening, digitalizing, sovereignty, and all the big words that are coming out from Brussels. Just get the vaccine out and make sure that we don't have uncertainty prevailing that will kill our opportunity to recover and get out of this crisis. Europe will be the last one recovering to pre-crisis level. China is already back to pre-crisis level. The US should be back to pre-crisis level by end of this year. For Europe, we have to wait till end of 2022. If we miss the vaccination campaign, then we're going to have to wait much longer. And this is not something that is sustainable in the short run. Second pivot, Europe in 2020 decided to go big or go home. They went big. The ECB decided to play at par with the Fed in the US. Next Generation EU is the first vehicle for pooling mechanisms at the European level to help countries across Europe including countries that didn't chip in as much as they would receive in the end as fund. This debt pooling mechanism, this Hamiltonian moment, in reference with Alexander Hamilton, the Treasury Secretary of the US, which decided that the dollar zone, the United States were one and would have a federal budget. This is a massive game changer. The issue in 2021 is, will we continue to deliver on this? What I mean by this is that 2021, and you see the political crisis throughout Europe, you see the electoral calendar being filled in, this is going to be a moment where we need to continue to make sure that we believe as one, and we choose collaboration over cannibalism, that we choose to work together instead of protectionism. And this is not a given. When I look at the fiscal policy decisions that are being taken on how to unplug the support to companies, to workers through the partial furloughs, when I look at vaccine protectionism, and I look at the choices we're making on how to make sure that we collectively get out of this crisis, I still think that we have here a lot to work on, especially because beyond the sheer, next generation EU and the money we put together to work and the disbursements that we hope will happen sooner rather than later on the next generation EU, the big question is, how do we see the recovery in the second half of 2021 together? Can we recover intra-regional trade? Can we, as the European Union, make sure that we agree on what we could continue to support in the economy and what we need to stop supporting to create unnecessary hidden subsidies or unnecessary competition and fairness between our countries? And this is something that we will have to work on together over the next months. And this will be, again, one of these make it or break it moments, I would say, for Europe in 2021. Third pivot, which is really related to that, is the monetary policy, the debt sustainability. What do we do with the COVID-19 related debt in the balance sheet of companies, in the balance sheet of governments? How do we make sure we depoliticize a bit our conversations about, who are the winners and losers of this crisis? As you know, this crisis is very Darwinian. When you look at the economies, the economies that are the most service driven are the most affected. Some sectors are particularly affected: hospitality, retail, air transportation, culture, and on the contrary, other sectors like manufacturing are doing slightly better. So when we look at monetary and financial conditions, and this is the big lesson we learned from 2008, 2009, that we decided not to have, on top of, the COVID crisis, a financial crisis in Europe, which is great. But the question in 2021 is, can we continue to do that without creating too many externalities, negative externalities? The fact that people that are saving money cannot make any income on the saving, the fact that the youth especially is being taxed several times by the recession and the effect on future wages, by the difficult access to property because of asset price inflation, by their inability to save for their old age because the returns, especially on risk-free assets like bonds, are so low that it will be very hard for them to put money aside to make sure that they have an income when they retire. These are issues that we're going to have to discuss. Right now, the ECB, the Fed, all these central banks are running the show, and they did it for good reasons. They try to save, in Europe, any type of, more important crisis. In the US, similarly, the social crisis, unemployment, bankruptcies, and so forth. But by doing so, they are putting us in a very bizarre corner, which is, the only thing we know what to do is to do more of the same. And I think this is a big issue, that if we continue to do more of the same without asking ourselves the big question, what are the impacts on financial stability? What are the impacts on different generations? What are the impact on different groups or different countries even? We're going to run into more problems down the road. And I think we need to think, or at least start a debate about what are the unintended consequences of monetary policy and what are the choices we need to make now to make sure that we don't run into issues down the road. And I think that that's really a discussion we should all have together in Europe, but that is creating already a bit of activity, people fearing inflation in Germany. other people fearing the doom loop with the banking sector in Italy, people in France calling for canceling the debt altogether or debt forgiveness. You can see it's a very politicized topic, the topic of debt sustainability, the topic of whether the central bank is helping not only price stability, but also helping companies, over leverage in a way, and what are the consequences of that? You've heard the word zombies and stuff. This is, I think, one of the debates we're going to have, this summer and suddenly this fall, and we need to be prepared to enter this discussion in a rational way, rather than a very emotional and somehow very politicized way. The fourth pivot is what are the choices we are making today for the recovery in Europe? You've seen that the US with President Biden is going very big, 2 trillion recovery plan. You see that China has actually gained almost 2 years of an edge when it comes to growth and trade to the rest of the world by being first in, first out of the pandemic. Europe decided to rebuild differently. We want to rebuild with an industrial policy, with a bit more sovereignty, maybe being less naive towards the US and China after we saw, as a victim, the US-China trade rivalry unfold before our eyes under President Trump presidency. So now we want to make the recovery matter. We want to build back better. We want to put ESG at the center. We want to put the human-centric economy at the center. We want to build on our strength, our social protection system, our values, our commitment to greening, our commitment to inclusion, our commitment to transformation without too many losers. This is really laudable ambitions and targets. The question is, how do you make that happen? And I think this is a bit the discussion we need to have now, is how do we make those rules so that it works in Europe, and that we don't, for example, over-regulate. I'm thinking about carbon emission here. We have a tendency in Europe to start talking about carbon taxes before we start talking about carbon prices, which is not good for the private sector. When I look at the taxonomy on green and ESG, we are putting a straitjacket on the transformation that some sectors need to go through to be better and less emitting in the future. So it takes all of us, right? All the stakeholders. This is what capitalism could become, something that is much more listening to the different stakeholders. But for that to happen, we need to start telling how we do it instead of dreaming big. It's important to dream, it's important to have this moonshot, but then how do you concretely do that? Because if we don't start now identifying those rules and agreeing on those rules, then we're gonna yet again talk big, but deliver small, and then be in a couple of years from now, in a position where we're going to import most of the regulation and the innovation from the US or from China. Fifth point, and fifth pivot of 2021, we need to take care of the social impact of this crisis. 2020 has been very special. To a certain extent, there were very few bankruptcies. There was very little unemployment rise, while we had the worst recession since World War II. Because governments stepped up, because they decided that they needed to make sure that they helped small and medium enterprises, that they helped workers stay in their job. This is a very big action, and I think this is something that will be remembered as Europe being proud of being Europe and deciding to do something to avoid unemployment, to avoid bankruptcies, and to avoid social costs. This action of 2020 needs to be now rethought in 2021, because social risks and social tension continue to rise. I talked before about some of the unintended consequences on intergenerational equalities. I could talk about wealth inequality. In 2020, we had the worst recession since World War II, and at the same time, we had financial assets of households grow 7%. So people that have been taking risks on the equity market have had quite a nice financial income, and people that are too poor to even save money at the end of the month have really have borne the brunt of the 2020 COVID-related crisis. So the question for 2021 is, how do we want to include inequality reduction as part of all the policies we're trying to do? We're trying to green, for example, policies. We're trying to make them a bit more resilient to digital transformation. We're trying to make them a little more protective of Europe compared to what we've been in terms of, being a bit permissive towards China and the US before, but are we making sure that the social dimension is taken care of? I see a lot of companies taking care of social issues, from allowing their workers to work from home, from, redesigning complementary solutions for income to make sure that their people stay in the job and are happy in their company. But do we believe that we are doing enough on education, on housing, on health, on the jobs market? I don't think so. And I would like to hear a little bit more about this. It's great to have protected people from unemployment, but now are we doing enough to requalify, retrain, and give people an opportunity to increase their employability? We've been helping people delay the payment of their mortgages. Great. Are we helping people get access to good housing? Are we helping people getting access to good health? COVID has certainly revealed, like many of these big shocks, the underlying vulnerabilities and inequalities that existed before. This is something that we don't hear enough about, especially from Europe, but also from our leaders. And I think this is going to be a big part of the agenda if we want to avoid the social unrest and this perception that this crisis would have really increased the situation or magnified the situation and the different situation between the haves and the have-nots. And I really do believe this is a commitment we need to make as soon as possible to make sure we take stock of what we've done and we try to correct as much as we can before it becomes a bit too late. I hope these 5 points have resonated somehow with you, and I thank you very much for your attention. And I give back the floor to our moderator.
Sharing your insights on how Europe is handling macroeconomics.
I think this was incredibly enlightening, and was wondering, after we have talked about uncertainty in AI, uncertainty in climate, and uncertainty in macroeconomics, which areas of uncertainty are still uncertain to us?
Well, I think quite many. I think of medicine, career, tourism, and many other fields that haven't been tackled yet.
But I think we can all agree on that uncertainty is much better than its reputation, just like Rika explained.
Yes, that's right. But now it's time for voting your favorite questions, and then we will call back on stage our speakers to answer them.
Yes, so we will see you in about 3 minutes, at 3:40 exactly, with your chosen question. Thank you. Welcome back, Patrick, on stage.
Thank you.
We have a question for you here from one of our attendees. Data can often contain human bias, and this bias can lead to some stereotypes. So what can be done to minimize this imbalance?
This is a very good question because it connects very well to what I've said in my talk. So first of all, machine learning, the math itself is completely rational, right? So there's no bias in the math. However, we humans, we are biased because we are not 100% rational, we can act irrational. And we have to make sure that the bias that we have is not reflected in the data. For example, let's say you want to create an automatic recruiting engine where you want to look at resumes and automatically decide if you want to employ somebody or not employ somebody. And now imagine, looking back, you preferred, for what reason, you prefer to employ men, right? Unfortunately, that's very often the case, which is not good and which is something we do not want to have. But this algorithm, if it's trained on the past data, this algorithm would adapt the bias and also provide advantage to men in the future. So the question is, what can you do to overcome this problem? And the only thing I see is to really spend a lot of effort in the data. And when it's coming to machine learning projects, 70 to 80% of the effort actually goes into the data capturing, pre-processing, and getting the quality in the data. And then you can train the algorithm. You have to see how well it performs, and then you have to start the entire loop again, go back to the data, invest again into the data, and make sure that it's not reflecting any bias. So that's really important. Spend enough time into your data preparation because this is key to get good and high quality machine learning results in the end of the day that avoid also bias.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think this was enlightening.
Thank you.
Now we welcome our next speaker, Rika, who got a question from one of our attendees as well. Welcome back, Rika. The question is, do people from different cultures vary in their reaction to uncertainty?
I love this question because in fact they do, which is also an experience what I made. The interesting thing is if you live in a culture where you already face a lot of uncertainty, for example, from natural disasters or other things, cultures tend to be, or people tend to be a lot more flexible. They have their plan Bs and their plan Cs, and there's just this resilience of picking up the pieces. For example, Caribbean islands that are regularly destroyed or devastated by hurricanes, they're just so used to that, they every couple of years rebuild. And here in the Western culture, we are so used to that, well, at least presumed certainty and stability that we get very rigid and very inflexible. And if something happens, we are overwhelmed. And we can learn from these cultures, actually. And if you go to Japan, for example, with earthquakes and with volcanic activities, and there's a lot more versatility and a lot more uncertainty, and people know how to deal with it much, much better than we do here.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rika, for these thoughts.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah. So now we will be welcoming our next speakers in about 9 minutes. You have a short break, and we'll be seeing you then. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. We are now ready for our next speaker, Sonia Jost, who is inventor, engineer, co-founder, and CEO of the green chemistry startup DexLeChem. She's member of different advisory boards, juries, such as Helmholtz Association and Accelerator Pilot of the European Commission. She received various awards and recognition for her works, such as the Zeit Online nomination among the 25 female investors who are changing the world. Sonia gives advice to governmental organizations, scientific institutions, NGOs, and political parties in Germany, the USA, and the European Union. Today, Sonia will guide us through how established VC firms can prevent themselves from being disrupted and how they can adapt to these changes. Welcome, Sonia.
Well, I'm an inventor, no investor. So it took me a couple of years until I dared to speak out loudly that I wanted to become an entrepreneur. For a couple of years, I did some research in the field of water-based green chemical manufacturing. And I failed day by day. Nothing worked out. Until I finally found a way how you can manufacture even very complex molecules in water instead of crude oil-based solvents. So for a couple of years, I did this research, and I didn't dare to even share with my closest friends my idea, my goal to build up a greener chemical industry, because it seemed so ridiculous to challenge these 150 years old structures as a woman, as a nobody. So when I finally dared it and I spoke it out, I knew that there will be no way back, not for me. In Germany, there is practically no high-tech VC scene for startups who are entering a complete new space. The only option that you have is to take governmental loans. The government gives you loans. If you sign that you are personally liable for it. So if your high-tech, high-risk startup fails and you can't pay back the money, they will treat you as a criminal. You're not allowed to manage any other company for a couple of years. So I was quite hesitant before I really dared to go this way. To dedicate my life to something that everyone would regard as a complete craziness. However, I did it. I dared it. And I found allies. And somehow we managed it to enter one of the most conservative industries in the world, the chemical pharmaceutical industry. We created an impressive track record. There's probably not one top manager of a German chemical company who does not know us. And Germany is the third biggest chemical nation in the world. So at the end of 2019, we decided to make a strategic move ahead. For over a year, we developed a very strong business case. And recently, we started our first fundraising. I had already quite some experience in this field because I was, for example, part of this jury from the European Innovation Council, and I personally decided over more than 175 million euro in startup investments. but I never went through this process by myself. So it struck me what I saw. It was a little bit strange, the things that were going on. And the more calls I had, the more I got the impression that I was frequently talking to someone from the old industry. Many VCs had problems to understand complex products, to deal with the deep tech. They obviously had problems, there were some diversity issues going on, and well, they also had problems to imagine something they are not familiar with. All characteristics of the old economy. And I started to wonder if those who are telling us entrepreneurs all the time that we should go out and disrupt markets, if those are aware how close they are to be disrupted themselves. Well, I am identified several areas of improvement. And don't misinterpret me here. I'm not here to accuse anyone. I'm here to offering help. Because many new VCs are popping up every day. So there's enough money out there. And the question is, what are the established VCs doing in order to keep up with the times? I will, for the next couple of minutes, I will tell you a little bit about my experiences and give you concrete advice, what you could easily do. So what you will make out of it, it's solely at your own discretion. Okay, let's come to the first point. Your gut feeling. I know many of you are very proud of your gut feeling. Yeah? You experienced that, well, probably your own success was based because you founded a company, a startup by yourself, and you made a really good access, and yeah, but let's face it, you are no superhero. We are all not. We can all fail. So what I observed was that many of those former entrepreneurs and also a lot of other people, partners in these VCs, they took a certain point of reference, a success example, and afterwards they scaled up this success example. And I have full respect for this, what they have achieved. But the question is now, if this is a model that is still valid for the future. If you take this reference point, yeah, what I observed was that afterwards they were looking for mostly young boys who are similar aggressive like themselves. Yeah, entrepreneurs, maybe little clones of themselves who would do the same kind of entrepreneurship, the same kind of behavior, what they would have done in their positions. So I predict that these kind of scale-up entrepreneurship, scale-up startups won't work in the future. You also need to learn to deal with entrepreneurs like myself. Female, people of color, whatever. And I totally understand that your gut might not like it, that you might feel uncomfortable with it, because you're not used to it. And I'm not saying that I'm in any way better. Once I did this Harvard test of implicit biases, and I found out that I had a slightly bias against women in STEM. And I'm an engineer by myself. I worked with many women in this field. I supported them. I trained them. How could it be that I had a bias against them? Then I realized we are all children of this society. We have all these biases into it. Only because we're women or we have a black skin or whatever does not hinder us of the discrimination of others. So nevertheless, all of us has a duty to outbalance these biases, to develop strategies, and always strive for improvements. So the first action that you could implement would be to admit that there might be a problem, that you might have a bias, as all of us. The next step would be to implement hard metrics and then start to assess the startups to those metrics. And I mean all startups, even those that you love because they are very similar to yourself. These metrics could be what kind of domain knowledge do they have, what kind of experience in the industry they are targeting, what kind of track record, whatever. You are the experts here. The next point would be how to deal with the deep tech. We have a knowledge explosion out there. The world is getting more complex, and the times of the low-hanging fruits are over. Maybe you will get a big shot here or there, but in general, the startups investing will become more difficult, more complex. So the question is how you can handle, maybe even embrace these uncertainties. The worst thing that you could probably do if you don't understand the topic at all is to call one of your old buddies who's maybe working in an engineering department at an old automotive company, or maybe even in the management, and ask him, what do you think of electric cars? If Elon Musk is pitching to you, I predict this won't work. The only thing that will yield is a lose-lose situation. Because come on, if you can't really think that you will get an objective assessment of someone in the old industry, it would be a shot one of 1,000 to find someone who understands the technology, who has an entrepreneurial mindset, who really understands the strategic dimension. So the only thing that would come out of it would be lose-lose. I would recommend to proceed in a totally different way. Go to the team, to the startup, and ask them for a tech package, what you can forward to an external expert. For example, some professors, associate professors from a university. They can help you to really assess the innovativeness. So in the future, it will be important to create a network of experts. If you really want to know how good a technology are, but also ask the startup if there could be a conflict of interest, if this department maybe is in competition to them, or if there might be some other kinds of conflicts of interest. If this takes too much time for you, you could also proceed and in a different way and just ask the teams, the startups, for some terms that you should Google in order to get a better feeling for their technology. You should also ask them what would be terms that could be misleading. If a startup is pitching to you in the field of quantum chemical simulations, then the term quantum computing would be completely misleading because it's a totally different field. If you are not aware, or if you can't really assess the innovativeness or the patentability, it's very easy to have a look at their patent claims. And then in the first, on the first side of every patent application, it is stated what is the state of the art and what this patent improves. So the inventive step. Ask the team about this inventive step and find out how they deal, for example, with feedback from the patent officers. Yeah, they are experts who are evaluating these patents. And if they have stated that it is not inventive, that it is not novel, confront the teams with it and ask them how they want to deal with it. And well, if at the end the only change is maybe a change in the color from red to blue, you could ask them, why is this relevant? It's not necessary that you understand the technology at all, but you get a feeling about the degree of innovativeness. And well, the last area, I promised you 4, but I don't have enough time, so you can contact me afterwards. But the last area of improvement I would like to talk about is feedback. I was also very much astonished that so far none of the VCs we've spoken with ask for any feedback. So how can you really improve your evaluation process if you don't ask us entrepreneurs what's going on? It would be very easily done. You could just send us automatic questionnaires, and if the result would be that 10 out of 10 would say, well, thank you very much, you helped us a lot, even if you didn't proceed with us, we gained a lot out of it, then it would be also very interesting insight. So just to summarize it all, no matter what you are doing, you should admit or recognize that the times are changing. And startups or entrepreneurs like myself will do whatever is necessary in order to make people like yourself richer. Yeah? Because we want to change the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia, for this insightful talk. We are now ready for a short break, and afterwards we will have Stefan Wagner joining for another talk. Welcome back. We are ready now for Stefan Wagner, who is Associate Professor of Strategy and Innovation, as well as Director of PhD Studies at ESMT Berlin. He's Senior Fellow at the Berlin Center for Consumer Policies and serves on the board of the European Policy for Intellectual Property Association. His research interests cover the intersection of firm strategy, technological innovation, industrial organization, and law. He's working on the interaction between intellectual property rights and companies' long-term strategies regarding the innovation activities. Today, Stefan will talk about institutional uncertainty and R&D investment with lessons from drug development. Welcome.
Headache, fever, muscle pain. How many of you have ever taken aspirin in your life? Or maybe I should ask the question, how many aspirins have you taken in your life? Aspirin might seem to be one of the most generic, boring drugs out there. I mean, even the patent underlying aspirin expired already more than 100 years ago. However, this plain, ubiquitous, even cheap pills are one of the drugs that changed the history of medicine forever. It is the first drug we learned to make ourselves. It's the first synthetic drug. And therefore, it makes it a good example to talk about how uncertainty affects R&D in the pharmaceutical industry. So what is the story here? So the active ingredient of aspirin is a chemical compound which is called acetyl salicylic acid. And before we were able to actually make this compound ourselves, more than 3,000 years ago, doctors were using the natural ingredient that was derived from a willow tree in order to cure fever and other types of pains. Now, this knowledge of the ancient Egyptians went lost until the late 18th century, when a British reverend named Edward Stone rediscovered the ingredient and the activeness of willow bark. He published the first scientific article mentioning the clinical effect of willow bark in a scientific journal called Philosophical Transactions. And this marked the spark of a long research trajectory on actually something that led to a compound that is nowadays still in use in aspirin. It was actually in 1828 that Joseph Buchner, a German pharmacist and professor at the University of Munich, actually discovered the active ingredient of willow bark. He used dried willow bark and purified it to find a yellow crystal that he gave the name salicine. And salicine basically is the active ingredient in the tree. This triggered a lot of research interest in the compound that was taken out in a relatively young field, organic chemistry. And a tremendous breakthrough was made in 1838 by an Italian chemist called Raffaele Piria, who was the first person who made a synthetic version of salicine. And whilst this might not sound like a big step for us, in these times, it really changed the approach how people were approaching pharmaceutical research. It was the first time that researchers did not emphasize the refinement and purification of natural ingredients, but really turned to the lab to make synthetic versions of drugs. So people started to test synthetically made salicine. However, it turned out to be a failure in the sense that when used in patients, it triggered a lot of side effects, like gastritis, inflamed stomachs, and so forth. So that was a first failure in this research trajectory. However, people got interested in finding solutions to the challenge, and they were believing if they were able to alter the chemical structure of salicine in a way that keeps the clinical benefits alive, but eradicates side effects, they might have something useful. And later in the history, it was a French chemist named Charles Gerhardt who actually used a process called acetylation to make a variant of salicine, which he called acetyl salicylic acid, which is still the compound that is in use in aspirin nowadays. However, again, this compound was put to clinical test, and it turned out that it was not stable. It didn't have any beneficial clinical effects. So that's yet another failure on the development to those tremendous drugs that we use nowadays. It took another 45 years before the nut actually was cracked, and while there is some controversy who actually deserves the credit for having invented the compound that is in use in aspirin nowadays, most often Felix Hoffmann gets the credit. Felix Hoffmann was an employee of a German company called Bayer, and he was working on a process that allowed to make acetyl salicylic acid in a stable form. So that was the first time that actually we had a compound that was usable. Bayer put this compound into clinical trials. Unfortunately, it turned out that there were no clinical effects to this stable form of aspirin. Now it seems the story of aspirin is a story of failures. And actually, this is not uncommon in pharmaceutical research, and I would like to show you some results on numbers, what's happening at the moment. So these numbers are derived from a research project that I have done with a co-author of mine, Fabian Gessler from the Max Planck Institute in Munich. And we were sifting through data on more than 75,000 clinical trial development projects that entered preclinical trials. The data allows us to track how far these projects actually advance in the clinical trial processes, going through phase 1 clinical trials, phase 2 clinical trials, phase 3 clinical trials, and ultimately reach the market, which is what every development project actually aims to do so. And once we look at the data, what you see, failure rates are tremendous. 92% of projects that were put in preclinical trials failed before a drug actually reached the market. So tremendous failure rates in the pharmaceutical research industry. So there's a lot of technological uncertainty for anyone who tries to find out how to make a synthetic drug. Luckily, there's a silver lining. The silver lining is a lot of companies try to come up with new drugs. And on this chart, I show you the global number of money that is spent in drug development. This data has been collected by a company called Pharma Projects that samples and surveys what's going on in drug development. And in the year 2019, they're reporting an overall amount of more than $186 billion spent on developing new drugs. Now, this is spent by 4,000 private companies that in 2019 alone developed and put into trials more than 8,500 different chemical compounds. Now, wait a second. You might wonder, why are these companies doing this? It's very risky. 92% of all these projects won't deliver anything that yields any benefits to these companies. And this brings us back to my story of aspirin. What happened in aspirin is that Arthur Eichengrün, the boss of Felix Hoffmann, responsible for the pharmaceutical developments at Bayer at these times, saw a lot of commercial opportunities in this compound, acetyl salicylic acid, and he ordered to have larger clinical trials, which ultimately showed some clinical benefits of aspirin. Now, as the story goes, on February 27th of 1900, Bayer obtained a patent on this compound, which granted them a near monopoly right on using the underlying compound. And aspirin became one of the most selling drugs in these times. Bayer was able to sell this drug until 1917 in a monopoly, and then the patent expired. So obviously, we see patents play a crucial role in providing an incentive for companies to invest a lot of money in developing new drugs. However, patents come with a downside. Patents don't last forever. So once a patent expires, typically after 20 years, competitors are allowed to use the same ingredient as the originator came up with. And here's a chart that summarizes the effect that happens once a patent expires. Other companies, competitors, are imitating or actually are copying the underlying molecule and are releasing the same product for a much lower price, eroding the profits the originator company can actually make. Now, where does this put us? I have told you developing drugs is tremendously risky. Remember, 90% failure rate. On the other hand, there's a big reward for these companies. If they're successful, they can get a patent. Unfortunately, however, patents are uncertain in itself. So in the Bayer example, I didn't tell you, Bayer got a patent only in the United States, but the German patent office at these days denied to give a patent to Bayer. So there's some risk associated with getting a patent in the first place. And the other risk is, how long does a patent last? I also didn't tell you that Bayer was awarded a patent with a duration of 20 years, so it should have lasted until 1920. Unfortunately, the First World War came, and the United States decided to waive the patent rights of Bayer, which was a German company. So there's also uncertainty regarding how long do companies have exclusivity rights. And interestingly, while everyone acknowledges these uncertainties related to patent rights, there is not a lot of research that tells you how strongly do companies react in their R&D initiatives in response to this perceived uncertainty. And I just want to highlight two research results that I was finding in other projects. And in one project, we were looking at the question, what's the risk of getting a patent, and how does this affect actual R&D behavior of companies? In this study, which was published in 2016, we were literally looking at what's the chances that a company continues an R&D project once a patent is not awarded. So we are really looking at projects that have been in development and the patent was not awarded. What you find, this has a tremendous effect on responses by companies, and the likelihood that companies are abandoning a development project if they don't get a patent right is increasing by 25%. So you do have negative effects on private R&D activities driven by institutional uncertainty. Another thing I was looking at with my colleague from Munich, Fabian Gessler, looks at the period of exclusivity that companies can derive from those patents. In this study, we were looking at how do firms respond if they surprisingly learn that the period of exclusivity for projects that they have in development is getting shorter than they thought it would be. So that means the time period in which they have exclusivity on the underlying compound is shortened. That also turns into a reduction of profits they can expect to make from these compounds, obviously. What we find again is a relatively strong effect, and for each year in a reduction of the expected duration of exclusivity, companies are reducing their R&D efforts by roughly 12%, which is a quite significant finding. So again, we do find institutional uncertainty in the patent system has a negative effect on private incentives to actually invest in coming up with new drugs. Now, where does this put us, and why am I talking about risks and institutional uncertainty? Because the pandemic, which we are currently all in, is bringing up a lively debate on how we should think about rewarding risks. And when you think about COVID and the ongoing pandemic, a lot of companies are investing private money in order to find vaccines. But again, developing drugs is a risky business, and the risk became apparent when, for instance, the US drug giant Merck was dropping out of the vaccine race by finding the compound they believed to be an effective vaccine was not effective in clinical trials. And the same happened for a French development team around the Institut Pasteur, which also withdrew their compound from the development process. So there is a lot of risk in developing drugs, and we have to reward this risk. And the typical mechanism to reward this risk are patents. And again, the mechanism is the same. So there's a very successful German company, BioNTech, who has a number of relevant patents underlying the vaccine treatment that they developed. And the current market valuation of this company is around $28 billion US. So you do have this big incentive system in place. But now, these incentives obviously come with a price. And the price is rewarding risks. Also means immediately it limits access of people to those vaccines. And that's the case for all drugs which are under patent protection. So not surprisingly, the public is pushing big drug makers to give away their patents for free to ensure free access for people to get access to those vaccines. I just put up two headlines in my charts here. And this is an interesting question because it's actually a dilemma. What is the dilemma? In the short term, you might think this is a good idea, withdraw patents from the owner and make beneficial drugs available for everyone, which is a short-term solution. In the long term, however, and that's the unpleasant truth, you are certainly limiting incentives for companies to further invest in drug development, as my research has shown. Now, this poses a dilemma, and this dilemma is not a new one. This dilemma is as old as patents are coming. If you reward risky R&D endeavors, you're on the same side restricting access to those. As dilemmas are always, by definition, forcing you to make a choice between two unpleasant options, I don't want to give you an answer, which choice is the better one. But I hope that my talk gives you relevant information to be able to participate in the public discussion that is currently going on. Thank you very much. Thanks.
We now have a short break. The next speaker will be up at 4:40 Berlin time. Our next speaker is Birgit Bayer, who is a consulting partner at Ogilvy Consulting, leading teams in Berlin, Frankfurt, and Dusseldorf. Birgit draws on her experience of more than 25 years in strategic consulting to create brands, solutions, products, and strategic innovation for international customers. She is the founder and chairperson of Be Builds in Nepal, a non-profit organization creating sustainable solutions for a better life for children and women in Nepal. Today, Birgit will talk about what it takes to redesign our thinking in uncertain times and how zero-based rehabiting can reactivate dimensions of growth.
Hello from Berlin, or good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending on where in the world you are right now. First of all, I would like to say thank you for being here with me right now, because it really feels good to know that I'm not alone, especially in times like this. My name is Birgit, and I will be talking about redesigning our thinking in context of uncertainty and how to embrace it. I will also share a few key learnings with you. And now that we're so close, basically just one click apart, I will also share a little bit about myself and how I experience uncertainty and the role it plays in my life. The picture you can see here, this beautiful black and white picture showing my mother and me striking a pose, something my grandmother tried to get out of my system for many years without any success, was taken in the former GDR. I was around 2 to 3 years old. I don't really know, to be totally honest. What I do know is that at that time, socks and stockings were bought 3 sizes bigger to make sure that we could wear them for multiple seasons or even pass them on. It looks like that time everything was still okay. Little did I know that 12 years later, uncertainty took over. My mother was diagnosed with cancer, and we, as a family, we had no idea how to deal with this. First, we ignored the shock. Then we pretended that nothing happened. Everything is okay. Everything will eventually turn back to normal, which of course it didn't. We came to a point where we had to face reality. But then, let me be totally honest with you, it became apparent that the family wasn't functioning. We developed into a dysfunctional family. Maybe we have been dysfunctional before, I don't really know. But it was obvious that we were dysfunctional. I was too young. I had no clue how to deal with it. I did not know what to make out of it. The only thing I can remember was that I constantly felt, why me or why my mother? I also came to a point where I had to face reality. And then I said to myself, okay, what do I do? I was overwhelmed because I realized that I could not change anything, no matter how hard I tried. And the harder I tried, and believe me, I did try very hard, the more frustrating it became to me because I was paralyzed. So I realized what I can change are the little things. I can change the steps I do. And I also told myself what I will be doing is I will try to make these memorable moments and try to see how I can make life easier and be good to myself. At the end of the day, I said, my mother is teaching me the hardest lesson she can teach me, something a mother can give to a daughter. She taught me to be present, to be giving the best in every moment in life I can, to value time and to value others, and enjoy life to the fullest. And I also told myself that this is an experience I don't need to ever go through in my entire life again. And I was very happy. Yeah, strange that you think that I connect happy to such as that thing, but I did, and it worked. It's a very pragmatic approach, but if you know me better, you will know that I am actually a very pragmatic person. So, enough said about myself. Let's jump back to 2021. Here I am again, faced with uncertainty. But this time I'm not alone. We are all in a collective state of uncertainty. You, entire companies, or countries. We have to deal with a different speed of change. There is a new order of things and new relevancies. We have to deal with uncertainties such as climate catastrophes, increasing power of internet companies, smart data, artificial intelligence, and now to top it off with the pandemic. We want to hold on to what we know, which is totally perfectly normal, but at the same time, everything around us changes in a speed of light. It is super fast and it increases in complexity. So it's no wonder that we feel overwhelmed or we feel like, what shall we do right now? How to deal with it? And often a question comes into mind, as I said, how to deal with it, and we tend to focus on the systems of this uncertainty which we try to change, which I believe, from my point of view, is the wrong thing to do. Because it amplifies, often, uncertainty. It makes it even bigger or more painful. And also, it takes away the pleasure of a new journey that you could be taking. So when I was 21, I looked back and I said, okay, I want to change it. I embrace uncertainty. I let it move in with me. I decide my life as an adventure. And this is what I'm doing at the moment, and this is how I deal with this new reality. I see life as an adventure, and I develop resiliencies, and you can do the same. Embrace and see the opportunities there are, and what we can do with this new wealth of information that is ahead of us. And now I would like to invite you to go on a trip with me. I would like you to make sure that there is nothing between us except the screen. And please relax and take a moment and breathe in and breathe out. And now close your eyes and feel good. It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining, and you can feel the sun on your face. You're out about on a bicycle tour with your beloved ones, and you feel so good. No masks required. Everything is perfect. And then something comes into your mind, and you feel, how would it be right now if I could have ice cream? That would just make it perfect. You can imagine the taste. You know your favorite flavor. You know what you would like to get. You see it. You envision it, the texture. The more you think about it, the more your tongue gets active. And what happens is there is an ice cream parlor just around the corner. So you park your bike, you cycle there, you know exactly what you want. You don't need to think about it. You can almost smell the taste. You step into the ice cream shop. There's a lady in front of you. You go in. You're eagerly waiting to place your order. You take one step, and there you are. And you look, and you see your favorite ice cream is gone. Nada, gone, nothing. Will you leave the shop being frustrated, not knowing that there are other opportunities? Will you be grumpy the entire day? Or will you decide to look around and see the different flavors, see the different new combinations of ice cream that are available that you may have never thought of before. Embrace the moment of opportunities and have a look. Now slowly close your eyes and come back to me. Aren't we humans amazing? Isn't it amazing what we can imagine or create if we want to? We possess minds and we have the ability to revisit things, to recreate, to create, to reshape, to bring into life, to accept or to ignore, if we want to. But is it really that easy? No, not really. In a way, yes, but in a way, no. It's a rather complicated process that's happening. Our brain responds to whatever we do and how we experience our world in milliseconds, way faster than we are aware of. So when we make a decision, or we think we make a decision as an individual or as a business person, we have no awareness of what's happening in the background, how our subconsciousness constantly works and how our experiences and habits are playing into role. So we believe, we make decisions, but ultimately a lot of that is automated, and that's a good thing. It's different with the conscious mind. The conscious mind needs much more effort and requires more brain capacity and also more energy. And in moments like this, in a moment like this massive uncertainty, like the pandemic at the moment, our basic needs and emotions are activated, and we start looking at the world from a different point of view, and we give it different meaning. We value it different. So when we start rethinking or reevaluating the habits we have, or we stop the habits we have, we talk about zero-based rehabiting, the need to reinstall or reactivate habits and affinities is from zero ground on, is zero-based rehabiting. We humans have the capacity, or our brain has the capacity and is equipped to create new behaviors and habits. We know it's not easy, but it's doable. That's the way we're wired, so we can create new habits. And now in the pandemic, when we don't want to change a habit, but we're forced from the outside, we can use this to help create a better life for ourselves. Or if you're a company, you can see that as an opportunity to change. Okay, sorry. And use that opportunity to change and look at things from a different point of view. So, the fear we have is that we're overwhelmed, and uncertainty is often linked to negative connotations. If we go back to the ice cream experience, it can also be triggering something positive. But when we try to overcome the uncertainty in the aspect, what we don't really understand or know, most of us don't know, is that we're also limiting the pleasure factor that uncertainty can bring to the game. Some scientists say that when we are in a state of, let's say we fall in love with someone, that then this positive feeling will last longer when we maintain uncertainty and don't try to understand and make everything clear straight away. They also say that can help make existing relationships more attractive or more exciting, but I'm not an expert on this, so don't quote me on this one. I'm more here to talk about how we can embrace it and integrate it into our life and make it more enjoyable. So, and now I would like to talk to you about a few key learnings that I have. Ignorance. Ignore if you feel like it helps you. I myself, sometimes I ignorancia, but I have to tell you at a certain point, it's not helpful. It will come back to you. So the sooner you start dealing with whatever is difficult or makes you feel uneasy, the better it is. Sometimes uncertainty can reveal the ugly truth, like in my case with my family, but you have to be ready to deal with that. Dysfunction stays dysfunctional, and that applies to companies, to families, to organizations, products, or processes. Being present, always enjoy what you have, and don't regret things you do, because if you're present and you decide as good as you can in this given moment, what's the point in time to, harming yourself afterwards by questioning yourself? Sense-making can help you to deal with traumatic experiences or with uncertainty. Have fun, don't take yourself too serious. And the pleasure paradox. If you make sense in uncertainty that are linked to a positive experience, you will harm and take away of the pleasure. Last not least, people say, okay, this is all good, you can assign to that, but what do I do when uncertainty really takes over and I have the feeling of being overwhelmed, not knowing what to do? So I tell you a little trick of what I do is, whenever that feeling comes into my life, I look at it and I said, okay, emotions, I accept you, I take you, and I park you. Decide on where you want to park them, on the right or on the left side, totally up to you. So don't push them away, just park them there. And then look at the piece of paper which is in front of you, empty, and you said, okay, so what is it right now? What is this complexity that I don't know how to deal with, or this uncertainty? And explore it, see the opportunity that lies in it. Explore what you can do and how you can help shape and change it, and all the beautiful things you can develop, new solutions you can create with whomever you want to involve in that process. And all of a sudden you will realize that the excitement will overtake the anxiety before, and they will no longer be relevant. So let me know how that works for you. I would be very interested. Last not least, redesigning our thinking. You can make use of the ability to turn around whatever you have in mind right now from negative to something positive and create something which is meaningful, inspirational, lovely, and powerful. So it's all yours. Thank you. Namaste. Ende und fertig. Tschüss. Thank you.
We now have a time for a short break. The last speaker will be up at 5 p.m. Berlin time. Our last speaker for the day is Vladimir Nikluk, CEO and founder of Atlas Metrics, an ESA technology company, and Immerlearn, an impact management consultancy. He's also an advisor to 4P Capital, a quantitative impact investing fund, and a World Economic Forum global shaper.
So in 2010, I volunteered to become a teacher in a small school in Nagpur, India. I worked with kids from disadvantaged social backgrounds like slums, poor rural areas, and orphanages. And my job was to teach English and music. I loved my time there. It was incredibly hot, but after a couple of weeks I got used to it. And I loved my job during the day, working with amazing kids and staff. And I also had some time in the evenings to work on applications and prepare for interviews for a course I really wanted to study in undergraduate, which was philosophy, politics, and economics. And as I was reading through the various materials, one concept really stood out to me. And it was this idea of the invisible hand of the market by Adam Smith. This notion that if you just maximize your own self-interest, you create the most prosperous life for yourself and the society around you. And as I was reading more and more, this concept really seemed to tie in well with the other things that you would read about. The fact that market-based economies seems to have increased social indicators quite a bit, and the fact that meritocratic systems seem to perform well and seem to be kind of just because they reward the individual effort and contribution to society. But it only took one look outside of the window to start challenging this narrative as well. Could I really go to my students and tell them with a straight face that all that there was between them and a prosperous life was the level of effort? And was I really feeling comfortable with the plastic bags that were kind of mounting as waste outside of the outskirts of the school? Did I think that the whole model that I was seeing was actually sustainable economic development? I had my doubts. The key thing about our economic system is that it is an incredible optimization machine. Whatever indicator we give it, it will deliver for us. But the weakness of it is that it disregards all the indicators in this optimization process. One of my professors liked to say that everything economics wants to teach us is that incentives matter. And if we think about what we incentivize our economic system to do in the last decades or even maybe centuries, it is to maximize profit, maximize revenue, to some extent maximize the financial value of companies. And the legacy of that decision is not black and white, not good or evil, even though we as humans want to have it simple. The legacy is complicated. There are amazing achievements that have happened in that time. We have cut the number of people living in extreme poverty from 90% at the beginning of the 20th century to under 10% in 2015. We had amazing progress in financial literacy, in health, in education. Even in the worst parts of the world today, child mortality is only 25% of what it used to be just 100 years ago. Behind those kind of faceless statistics are the destinies of real people, a mother that has seen her child grow up, a family that has escaped poverty and been able to live a way better life. And we need to square the complexity of those good things with the amazing and huge challenges that we've also created for ourselves. The concentration of carbon in our atmosphere is at an 800,000-year high. We waste and consume so many resources that we would need 5 planets if everyone wanted to have the same standard of living as people in Germany. Our economic growth is amazing. Our technological revolution has created companies that have really improved the lives of people, but the gains have been distributed widely unequally, where 50% of gains of the last 50 years of economic growth in the US actually went to the top 1%. And in the meantime, it created a class of working poor that cannot pay their bills even if they work full time. And another set of the workers that can't even afford a $400 expense. So why can't we just press a button? Just have our economic system actually optimize for something else than financial return? The answer is very simple. We can't manage what we can't measure. Although we have some lists of things that we want to do, we can start with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, for example. we need to align on the exact indicators, exact metrics that we want to optimize for. And that is very hard. Impact as itself is a hard topic to get right. I know it firsthand by working actually on the Syria crisis in 2014. I was part of a team that was managing $2.5 billion to stabilize the countries surrounding Syria. On the surface, our mission was quite simple. Find the programs that address the needs of the people and the communities in those countries as effectively as possible and fund them and scale them. But when you started looking into those programs actually, you realized that it was really tricky to figure out what a successful program actually is. When you look at education, for example, or employment, or transport, or health, you had a variety of indicators you could choose from. In education, you could build a classroom, you could hire a teacher, you could define success as having completed a course with students, or you could only count programs that were successful as someone who completed the programs but also had a significant impact on reading scores. Depending on which indicators you chose and how you defined them, how you calculated them, it would always give you another set of programs to fund and scale. And this is exactly the same problem with the private sector. When we wanted to have more impact and build products for environmental, social, or educational impact, we actually need to give them the indicators to do so. That's why I think that ESG is one of the most important and kind of most profound developments of the recent decades, because it essentially is an exercise in creating those impact indicators that would help us recalibrate our economic machine. The E stands for pollution, for indicators focusing on waste, on climate risk. The S stands for social, for indicators that would focus on diversity, labor issues, privacy, data security. And the G stands for governance, the indicators focused on executive pay, corruption, but also staff turnover. And if you just think of the stakeholders that are affected by the impact of a company, you see how complex this exercise is. The employees, the customers, the governments, the communities, the animals that might be affected, and even the climate itself. If we want to produce a picture, a full picture of the impact of a company, we actually need to deal with hundreds, maybe even at some point thousands of indicators. Now, you might be correct in thinking that aligning on this as a world, on all of those 100 indicators, is actually a task that will take decades, and you would be right. And in fact, the bad news is that it is complicated, but the good news is that we started this process way, way ago. In 1997, the Global Reporting Initiative was actually the first to offer a comprehensive set of indicators to track ESG matrices. And in 2000, we actually continued to work with the Carbon Disclosure Project because it focused on environmental indicators and the way we treat water and forests. In 2005, the UN created Principles for Responsible Investing, which actually helped include ESG considerations into the decision-making of asset managers. In 2011, we created the Sustainability Accounting Standards Boards, SASB, to actually help define which indicators are material to a sector so that you don't have to report on everything. In 2015, the Task Force for Disclosures on Climate-Related Topics, TCFD, took up its work to actually start standardizing the various environmental indicators that exist across frameworks to ultimately produce clearer and more aligned reporting. But this is just the beginning. At some point, governments jumped in as well. In the EU, for example, since 2017, it is mandatory to report ESG for large publicly listed companies. This year, the EU taxonomy will come into place. It will force companies to disclose how many of their activities are actually counting towards sustainability. In most countries around the world, within the next 1 to 5 years, there will be supply chain laws that will make larger companies responsible for reporting ESG data on their suppliers. And this is just the beginning. In addition to trying to understand what happens actually with the impact of a company during the production process, we will also see the rise of impact indicators for what happens when you consume their products. There is an incredible initiative coming from the Harvard Business School called impact-weighted accounts that essentially try to monetize not only the financial profit of a company, but also the environmental profit or loss, and even the social profit and loss. And we will see financial statements that actually have those quantified values going forward. Why would companies report that. I mean, it's a very painful task to do. We're talking about 100 indicators. The data is fragmented across the whole organization. It's a lot of costs. But the truth is that they're running out of space not to do so. First, regulation essentially has a threat of fines if you don't do it. And so governments are a main player in actually forcing the hands of companies. But then there are also investors who are reallocating more and more of their money in what is called ESG investments. $31 trillion, or 15% of all tradable assets, are actually now part of this pool. And while there are some concerns about impact washing here, there are even more there's even more standardization and more precise metrics coming up that will actually decrease for the room for impact washing as we continue. But the last thing is also the consumers and the workers of the companies. In a couple of years, we will see that less and less people will actually invest and buy from companies that are doing poorly on ESG metrics. And less people will actually work for companies that don't take ESG seriously. I think the pain that exists among this ESG and this kind of painful transition from a normal capitalist system to an impact capitalist system is a huge opportunity for impact entrepreneurs. There will be, over time, a category of entrepreneurs rising to produce educational, social, and governance solutions to all the issues we are facing. I'm one of those entrepreneurs. I founded a company called Atlas Metrics to actually help companies report their ESG data, to kind of collect the various data from departments and put it into disclosures that are compliant with standards. But this is just one example. We will see companies that will capture carbon out of the atmosphere, that will certify forests to produce carbon credits, that will help companies increase the diversity of their workforces to actually benefit from the whole pool of talent. We will see technologies helping to track supply chains to figure out whether human rights or labor rights are violated among them. And all of those, and it's not only us who are seeing these opportunities. Venture capitalists are also seeing that some of the best talent on the planet is actually flowing into building those companies. And so 16 billion is already invested in climate startups in 2019 alone. And this is not to speak of education startups or healthcare startups that would also count under those impact umbrella. I think there's never been a better time to actually start a company and deliver and essentially deliver value and profit at the same time. We will see the emergence of impact unicorns, of companies that are so valuable that they count as normal unicorns, but that also touch the lives of billions of people. And it's never been nearer, we've never been nearer to a vision of impact capitalism where the invisible hands of the market essentially work to produce the type of outcomes we want to see. So I have two asks for you that are important to keep in mind. First, if we want to have this transition towards impact capitalism, we really, as consumers, as workers, as citizens, need to ask for and use ESG data in the way we interact with companies, but also with our politicians. When we buy something, when we choose where to work, when we invest our money, we should pay careful attention to the ESG metrics that the companies that we are facing. But also the second thing is, you might as well spend your time, your productive time, on something that you actually believe in. It's the first time in, I think, probably decades or maybe centuries where there's a very little trade-off between working on profit or impact. It used to be that you work either in a corporate career and make a lot of money, or you work kind of in a non-profit and maybe don't earn a lot of money. But this is the first time where you can actually do both. You can start your own impactful companies, and you can actually join impactful companies of people that are solving it. So with that in mind, thank you so much for your attention, and let's make impact capitalism a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir, for these insightful insights on the rise of impact entrepreneurship and how to join it.
We now come to the end of our talks and really hope you got inspired as much as we did. We explored how to face times of uncertainty from the perspectives of VC firms, institutions, and impact entrepreneurs.
Certainly, if approached in the right way, with flexibility, uncertainty has the potential to open up new doors and bring growth.
You now have the opportunity to vote for your favorite question on the Zoom poll on your screen, and one of the speakers will answer it in a minute. See you in a minute. So the first question is for Stefan. Apart from patent, which reward mechanisms are successful in the place? If there are, what would you suggest?
Yeah, so I'm quite happy about this question. So the question is, how can you incentivize someone to invest in this obviously very risky activity of coming up with new technology in general, or with new pharmaceuticals, with new drugs? And the question for alternatives to the patent system is as old and potentially older than the patent system itself. So apparently one of the insights of my talk was patents are a reward on the one hand, but on the other hand, they have the disadvantage they create a monopoly in the worst case, which restricts access to this beneficial technology. So what else can you do? And one alternative is basically to pay the innovator in a different way, because there needs to be some compensation for taking that risk. And one alternative would be simply to put up prices, like in the sense that the state, the government, or maybe some benevolent donator, like the Gates Foundation, would say, for whoever solves a specific problem, there is a prize money, which also obviously creates an incentive for someone to take an effort to develop a solution to the problem. Now, while this has the big advantage that you don't need to give exclusive ownership to the invention to the innovator, because there's the prize and the invention goes to the public, it becomes a public domain, the big disadvantage of thinking about prices as an incentive mechanism is you need to specify which problem you want to have solved. And a lot of technological progress that we are seeing is basically happening on a market-based scheme where companies basically decide on the direction of the research, which they can't do if you put up this carrot and say, if you solve a specific problem, there will be a prize. So yes, there are alternatives. In some sectors, the alternative, handing out prizes, works better. But yeah, so it's an open question, which one is better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome back, Vladimir, on stage. We have one question from one of our attendees. How do European countries maintain a stable global trading environment? And how do they avoid unfair market competition?
That's such a great question. I would say, well, I have to say I'm not the biggest expert on trade, to be honest. But my view is that so when we look at, for example, the priorities of the EU, one of the best ways for them to interact with the huge protectionist policies that the EU has put in place in industries where they don't have a competitive advantage, like agriculture, is actually to remind them of the values that this political project was focused on in the first place, and to actually say that we should be very fair with the trading partners that we have, because we want to kind of expand in the markets and kind of compete freely on industries where we might have a competitive advantage, but then we try to restrict competition in sectors where we don't have a huge competitive advantage. And I think if we want to have a level playing field, it should be a level playing field for all products and services.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. It was a pleasure to listen to you. Now we will be moving to the end of our program very soon. See you in about 3-4 minutes. And we will be ending our program very soon. I'm welcoming Kimberly, one of our moderators, who helped me moderate throughout the day today. Kimberly, it was a wonderful afternoon today.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. I hope you all enjoyed this amazing afternoon and all the talks that given today.
Unfortunately, we have to come to the end of our very first TEDx event at the #1 business school in Germany, ESMT Berlin. Let the record show that every single one of you was part of history.
Also, your feedbacks are very important to us, so you will receive 2 surveys from us shortly after the event in your email, and please, it would be really nice for you to fill it out and really help us to improve.
We are delighted to let you know that we had a very tremendous positive response from all of you, with more than 1,300 participants.
Yeah, it's also equally our pleasure to announce that our speaker application for the next year is already open, and you are more than welcome to join us.
Last but not least, we cannot end this event without thanking our beloved business school, ESMT Berlin, who has put an incredible amount of resources and support at our disposal, and for hosting us this afternoon. We equally thank the Net Impact ESMT Berlin chapter, our dear speakers, who travel all the way to ESMT Berlin despite the uncertainty. To all our participants, we are forever grateful. To the organizing team back there, Luca, Lisa, Katike, Katerina, Chris, Riva, Ilaria, Kelsey, Paul, Nunzio, Pasham, Dandy, Joe, Ankan, Ludovica, Blanca, Debbie, Lucas, Adit, Kimberly, and myself. We extend our deepest gratitude and congratulations to pulling this off and once again putting in place a legacy at ESMT Berlin.
So we see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.